Test 1 2 test. Test 1 2 test. Test 1 2. Test. Test.
I was responsible for anything other than the live stream, but what I'm thinking is it's gonna be Jake, but what about your computer audio to your microphone? That's the best I can come up with. Because you'll be able to hear everyone coming out of this, right?
Yeah.
So then if you just put the microphone next to, then it'll.
Test. Testing. Test.
Right. You can't actually. I don't know how many of the commissioners are actually going to be here.
Diane told me that only Cookie will be here and everybody else will be on Zoom.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering, I saw there just cooking for health purposes or whatever. Next thing. Bars or whatever. I thought, let me know what else is going to be here. Guess so.
We're tapping your shoulder. You're back in, RV.
It's a weird way. Yeah. I'll go up.
I didn't know that until Matt Lewis told me yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I missed, like, I don't know how they got the word out on this one. It's just Facebook. Not everybody's on Facebook. You know, so I don't know if how they announce him anymore. Used to be,
I know that's a thing in the past. Anyway, so he said, well, I think you should be there since you're the only one here. Because I would go, big working.
Maybe Ron's.
I think that's what the dogs are.
Yeah, well,
We're talking about Oxford Park.
They're gonna use the company that I use, or they're gonna use the third party. And so, that's what, Greg told me.
Want me to move those chairs?
Well, yeah, that's what they call it there, but I call it them.
No, that won't be necessary.
Yeah. Not all here, I'm saying. Anywhere it's gonna from. Well, that's a good example. Yeah, there's a few trouble spots, well, on both sides. No, that's what I'm saying. Oh, on the other one, I thought at the beginning, they made that on both sides.
Yeah, I'm still working on the audio.
I mean, if you want, yeah, but you should be fine. You're good.
All right.
You can expand your
And-
screen
Okay.
and you enlarge it. Just, yeah, do the green if you want it to cover the whole thing. Yeah, you're good.
All right.
And you're
And
still unmuted.
I unmuted it.
Okay, now you can mute.
Test.
We by any chance have a longer cord that I can use, and I have 75%, but I just want to be careful.
I don't think you're going to need your iPad if that's what you're talking about. No, because we're going to be using the microphones and the camera in the room. See everybody else would be on this monitor to your right.
So they will be able to see us.
No, they're going to be able to see us from the wide shot of the room that Victor's providing. Yes, so Victor's got a shot. Can you adjust your shot? It's at the front table right now. This window here you're seeing on your screen, that's what the other commissioners are going to see. And he's going to adjust it so that the shot's going to be on you and Greg.
Do you want us to move down?
No. You don't need the iPad at all. Mm-mm.
I wrote up a little thing there. On the second floor, what you told me.
Oh, okay.
Here on the Zoom meeting, the mayor, right, or whoever's here.
Could we do another audio check? Do you mind speaking into the microphone, please?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I allowed to say you're opening tonight?
We already, you know, I was gonna say hello neighbor, but both of you are my neighbors, so.
I know that.
Yeah, we live in the same town.
Can we get one more sound check from you, please?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hi, RB. Hi, Todd. Hi, Carol. Hi, Jim.
I think we're going to be okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what I can do is I can lower my level on the mic, if that would help.
No, I don't think we're going to need your mic because it's just, you know.
Yeah, it just creates the feedback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Greg, you're sitting over there.
Always just over here, Captain Water.
If you want them in the camera shot, they can be up at the front tables.
That would be better, yeah.
Yeah, always happened, yeah. Live. Yeah.
Can you force my video if there's no audio? Because it won't be choosing my display. You know what I mean? How it chooses whoever's talking.
We're going to be doing a gallery view on this computer,
Okay.
and that's how we're going to be recording.
Okay.
So I'm not going to do an individual tile. I'm just going to be showing a gallery view, and that's what's going to be the actual public record once we're done.
Okay.
Well, technically the minutes are going to be the public record, but for being able to watch this again, I'll show you. So when we switch to a gallery view, we're going to see all this, and I'm going to hide non-video attendance.
Okay.
All the non-video participants are going to show up like this. And then this gentleman, I don't know who that is. So we're going to stop his video because I don't even know who that is.
Yeah.
So. But that's the view you're going to get of all the tiles of all the.
Please be muted, and then that'll be a good view of whatever I've got.
Yeah. Mhm. You're welcome.
What they're doing anyway, but.
Test.
They're not supposed to. It says no more shall. It's an amenity, well, especially because it would be hard to bring way back. The walk to the beach is too far, so now they say it's like. Yeah, I don't want to, lots to keep sand. Okay. I'll tune in to Zoom and go have some lunch.
Hot, it's raining.
How it is. How it is.
We all drove our
Of course it is.
It'll dry.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom,
That's supposed to rain.
it's a golf cart, it's meant to be out in the
Diane, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Me?
Yes, thank you. Do you have any TV or anything going on in the background? Because I'm starting to hear some weird noises.
No, not a thing.
Okay, great.
I hear a lot in your background.
Yeah, we have a full crowd in the back here, so probably hearing that.
Oh, a lot of feedback. Okay.
You're hearing feedback?
Well, I did before when I first went on. It sounded like a lot of noise in the background.
Okay. Do you hear that now?
Tiny bit. No, no, we're good. So should I keep mine on mute unless I'm talking?
That would be preferred, if you don't mind.
No.
Hey, Todd. Good, how are you, sir?
I'm well, thank you.
Excellent. Well, that's. How's it going, man?
Good, how are you?
Good, sir. Hey, you're gonna be kind of hanging out back here. Yeah.
Unless he wants to attend the conference room.
That's what we're in.
Okay.
You guys are up and running? Man, I don't have to be up there.
I will be.
Okay, so.
Not even that, but wow, look who's here today.
Testing, 1, 2, test. Okay, I can hear myself in the other room. Okay.
Is this the war room, man?
Yes, sir. Right, all.
Is that where you're meeting?
No, this is another meeting room for that Dean's going to be attending from.
Okay, because you're on my screen. How did I get there instead of? That's better.
Oh, there's open seats. Don't do this. Deanne wasn't trying to take away the dog. I already ran one person off, so I'm doing that part.
Dan, your recorder should work.
You do that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that one on.
I heard you retired.
Did you really?
Oh, you got retired.
It doesn't look like you guys do it. I really. Who's that?
I don't know.
Oh, it's like that. That's Bill.
That's when you break the news, Captain Hunter, goes to the front.
Hi, Bill.
Bill, can you hear us?
Yes, sorry about
Did you hear Cookie okay?
Hi, Diane.
I just look like a year and a half.
Diane looks so pretty. Does she? She doesn't have pants.
Bill, are you hearing Cookie okay?
Yeah, but,
Hi, Diane.
Hi, who is that?
Hi, Diane.
Hello, who is that?
Cookie.
Cookie,
They know that other people.
I don't see you
Can
on
you hear
my
me?
screen.
I'm
I
sorry.
can hear you, yes.
Hi,
I
Bill.
didn't make that clear, but they can. Yeah.
Hey, y'all should know from this point forward, people on the World Wide Web can hear what you're saying. Not saying that you're saying anything wrong, I'm just saying it's out there.
Same.
Their names are up there.
I don't see Cookie.
You don't see her? Are you in
Oh my
gallery?
gosh, you're a tiny little thing up there. Oh my goodness. I see it. It says
So what you
Victor.
can do is okay, Diane, if you're in gallery view,
Uh-huh.
you can actually move your mouse up to the upper right-hand corner of
Okay.
any of the video participants and choose hide non-video participants, and then you'll see 3 larger rectangles.
Okay, because under Cookie's picture, it says Victor. So just go up top and make it larger.
Correct. I'll go ahead and rename that so you can.
Oh, wait a second. Hello?
You probably want to mute everybody, don't you?
Well, I'm using it kind of as a test at this point.
Okay, T.
You're muted.
Or it's up here too.
Yeah.
Diane, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
There you go. You're on. I guess I'm on. Biggest problem is there you go. I'm getting feedback.
You are?
Yeah, which means I'm gonna have to take my volume of my speaker way down. No, two here. 1, 2.
3, 4.
Could put headsets on, but that's kind of dorky.
If it helps.
Well, just when I talk, I've got to remember to turn the volume down because if I don't, it's going to feedback. Well, you know what I could do is mute my own speaker here. Maybe that would do it. Leave this up like this. Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Okay. There you go. It's working now. I'm going to mute my mic.
Me too.
Hi, Ed. How are you doing? Your mic's still muted. That's okay. I saw you.
Hi, I'm doing well, Phil. Hi, Diane. Hello, Cookie.
Hi, Ed.
I think we're getting.
All right, go ahead.
What that was all about.
Sound is not great.
On who?
Ed, can you hear me?
I can hear better. Yes, I had my volume turned down, so I fixed it.
I'm using my speaker on off on my keyboard. So if I get feedback, I'll just touch that. If I want to listen, I'll turn it back off. So that would be a shortcut if you're on a Mac.
Hi, Joe. Oh, you left.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Are you seeing me now?
Connection's a little choppy.
Zoom seems to be starting every 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I've asked to have him start the video. He has to do that on his end.
right, could you? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, Joe, your internet connection isn't great. Are you connected via wireless? Can you hardwire your device? Or get closer to the wireless access point or router? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order on July 23rd, 2020. Deanne, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Flagg,
Can we ask all the participants unmute themselves, please?
Here.
Commissioner Huffnagel,
Here.
Commissioner McCall,
We're getting some feedback. So if someone's connected to multiple devices, please disconnect one. Should be connected with one device at a time, please.
Commissioner McCall, Vice Mayor Hannah,
Here.
Mayor Kennedy,
Here. The City Commission, along with our staff, this is our first Zoom meeting. The meeting will run in this manner. First, the discussion item will be announced. Next, Randy Moore, our attorney, or Greg Mims, our city manager, will give an introduction to the subject matter. Once the introduction is complete, I will ask commissioners if they have a comment or a question for the staff. After, I will open up the public comment to the audience in the city auditorium. Following the public comments, our technical moderator, Matt, will introduce one at a time each caller wishing to speak on the issue. Callers, please raise a hand to speak by pressing *9 or to unmute #6. It is each person's responsibility when joining the Zoom call meeting audio to be part of the conversation. I'd also like to thank our video specialist, Victor, at this time. So we will begin with discussion item number 1 on street parking. And Greg, please give us an introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to give you a background and just go over some basic facts about the topic. To kick the meeting off, there's 5 primary topics today. It's hoped by the end of the meeting today that the city commission can reach consensus on each topic. If the city commission provides direction to amend the code as it relates to each topic, the city attorney and I will draft the amendment. The draft ordinances are prepared and then they'll be posted on the website for 30 days. And then there'll be 2 public hearings on each topic at a future date. So what that really means is we're having today's work session. And if the commission decides to amend the code to address any of these 5 topics, there'll be 2 more opportunities for the public to be involved in the approval of the code before it's approved. There's 2, the city's has existed for over 65 years. Issues related to parking have always existed in various stages. In 2014, the city commission held 2 work sessions concerning the IRB beach and related challenges. Discussion from those meetings resulted in a variety of changes. There was an additional daily collection of solid waste in containers on the beach, and twice a day on holidays and peak times. Additional mechanical beach raking of the beach, enhanced cleaning of the public restroom at the county park. We began the process of updated informational signage at each beach access. This included the leave your only footprint signs, trimming the COs at each access to open the view for older citizens and individuals with ADA issues, enhanced parking enforcement. It's important to note that in May and June alone, the sheriff's office and the city code enforcement have issued over 194 parking citations in that period of time. We added 3 additional resident parking spaces in almost every beach accesses. There were a couple on the south end of town that are small accesses where we couldn't do that, so we added spaces. There's 67 resident spaces in our city, 3 at the nature preserve, 3 at Keegan Clare, and 61 at the beach accesses. Later in the meeting, most likely we'll have a discussion about resident parking decals and other temporary parking passes. Resident parking decals are issued for a 2-year period. And in this cycle that we're currently in, which will end the 2-year period in December, the City Hall has issued more than 2,490 residential decals. Recommendation back in 2014 when we had our meetings, recommendation was made to the IRB City Commission to consider an ordinance to limit parking to IRB residents with decals from 8 to 5 p.m. Or the alternative was for the staff to go out restricting side streets with no parking signs. The commission chose designation of no parking on at least one side of every street from 5th Avenue to 27th. Since 2014, the staff has installed more than 230 no parking signs from 5th Avenue to 27th. And I'd also mention that this is not on the side streets. Based on complaints and volume of cars, we've actually had to go beyond that. First Street, for example, from one end to the other now has no parking sign. We eliminated parking on vacant lots along the boulevard. We increased the parking fine from $20 to $40. In March of this year, we had another work session to discuss parking, and the commission asked that we bring back up this topic so the commission and the public can consider changes in the existing rules we have or a path forward. One thing I wanted to stress today was, as your city manager and a person who lives in the city of Indian Rocks Beach, COVID-19 has definitely had an impact on our beaches. Back when the beaches were opened back up to the public by the county commission, there was real limits placed on the public area-wide on what their recreational options were. In fact, the sheriff's department, the app they used, they made available to the public where they could look at the capacity for each beach access up and down the beach. The majority of the hits were from individuals outside of Pinellas County, most were in Hillsborough County. So those limits of recreational options definitely impacted the number of people that we had here. To facilitate the discussion further, I'd like to offer at this point the following options to the City Commission to consider. And I have 2 options under the category of on-street parking, and then towards the end, we may have discussions about parking decals and parking passes. Option A, as I could refer to it, is increased parking fines from $40 to $80. If not paid within 15 days, the fine will be $95. One of the things that I've provided to the commission, the city clerk put together for us, is that we did a parking fine survey. I will say that per state law, parking fines have to be less than $100, so we can't go over $100. Bel Air Beach is $35, Clearwater is $20, Indian Rocks Beach is $40, Indian Shores is $25, Reddington Shores is $50, North Reddington is $50, Reddington Beach is $50, Riviera Beach is $25, Treasure Island is $50, there's a 60 to 90 depending on what the infraction is, and St. Pete Beach is $50.
So part of the option A is to increase the parking fines from 40 to 80. As a related to that same section of the code, I'm also asking the city commission to consider amending the fines section related to the RV boat ramp at 15th Avenue. The current ordinance is $25 per axle. I'm asking that be changed to 80. If it's not paid within 15 days, it's 95 due to the increase in the number of individuals that are coming to the beach, and particularly launching boats. And I know the city of Clearwater has placed some additional restrictions on their boat launch. Is what is done is push more individuals into RV to launch boats. And then under this option, we would maintain the current plan that we have with no parking signs at all the side streets and other areas. And then we would continue to tweak that as needed. But also, as we just mentioned, as we were talking about option B, and this is true for option A and B, is that under the proposed budget that I presented to the commission, I've asked for a part-time code enforcement officer to work weekends and holidays to assist with the 2 deputies that we have on staff 24 hours a day and with the 1 code enforcement officer. Option B, some of the same things, increase the fine from 40 to 80. If not paid in 15 days, the fine will be $95. Amend the section as it relates to the boat ramp that I just covered. And then the difference with this one is that under this option, the city manager and the city attorney would draft an ordinance to impose parking restrictions on all streets east of Gulf Boulevard and north of 5th for resident parking only from 8 to 5. Exceptions obviously would be made in the ordinance for delivery vehicles, licensed contractors, yard services, those kind of things. And we would have to write that as tightly as we could to eliminate any loopholes in that. And I will say that if the commission were to go with option B, that we still would have some areas that would have permanent no parking signs in town. Like just give a couple examples, the curve at Browns Park, in certain locations like that. Even if we had the 8 to 5, there would still be a limited number of areas where people would not be allowed to park because of safety issues. So, Mayor, just to facilitate the discussion about a commission and the public, that's kind of the background. There's been a lot of work done since 2014 to bring in a lot of the parking issues. Some of those still continue, which led to the meeting today. So I'll leave it there and take questions and comments from the commission and the public.
First, would you on option D, just read the third thing one more time so that our audience gets another chance?
Yeah, maybe just to clarify one more time. Option A is as far as on-street parking, that we'll continue, we continue to regulate it like we're doing now with the installation of no parking signs at various locations. Option B would be a little stricter, where the commission would authorize the manager and the city attorney to draft an ordinance that would only allow residents with decals the ability to park on city streets. And that's everything north of 5th on the east side all the way to 27th. And like I said, the only exceptions to that, and it would be written in the draft ordinance, would be licensed contractors, delivery vehicles, yard maintenance, those kind of things. That's really the difference. A is maintaining what we're doing with tweaking signage or adding signage. B is to go with a new ordinance that says that only residents with decals can park and make that.
Okay, commissioners, if you have a question or comment for Greg, please unmute or show a raised hand, and Matt will acknowledge you to speak at this time. No questions at this time. Now I will ask for public comment in our auditorium. If you would like to speak on this issue, come forward at this time. You will be given 3 minutes and state your name and address. Hello, Gordon.
Hi, Cookie. My name is Gordon Barsky, live at 708 Beach Trail. I particularly like option B on this, on your issue. I think you did a nice job doing that. My only question on that is limiting 8 to 5, because there are a lot of times, particularly, I'm not representing the softball players, but there's a lot of softball players there that live in and drive, not bicycles, but they also drive cars. And if you limit it to 5 o'clock, there's an issue because the games usually are over to 7. You could expand that from like 8 to 7. It would help. Softball players. I'm glad you went in. I'm really happy about the stickers because it caused an issue, particularly when this thing first started and they opened up, because you couldn't park anywhere. You couldn't even get to any businesses. You know, 18 on the Rocks, for example, was they opened up the first day, and if you wanted to go there, you had to be 6 blocks away. So thanks very much. I appreciate your work.
Thank you, Gordon. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak at this time? Hi, David.
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm good.
David Argument, 351 La Hacienda Drive, Indian Rocks Beach. Just for a point of clarification, Greg, yesterday the Indian Shores Commission unanimously passed to double their parking fines from 25 to 50. That was just yesterday. As a resident, I just wanted to express my support for option 2. The areas of 7th, 8th, and 9th Avenue, the enclave around East Gulf and the avenues get very congested on both sides of the street. Although we call for only one side, enforcement is hard, I know. But I would support option 2. As the fire commissioner here at Indian Rocks Beach, I would also like to impress upon the commission the importance of keeping, clearance for our frontline apparatus vehicles. Sometimes that's an issue with the amount of non-resident off-street parking. And so, these are just a couple of things I would like to inject for consideration.
Thank you, David. Hi, Carol. Carol McLaughlin, 115 21st Avenue. Just a question. The no parking signs that are already up, let's say on First Street, which thank you very much for having done that. They say no parking any time. That means not only 8 to 5, I'm assuming, but it also means 5 p.m. till 8 o'clock the next morning.
Yes.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if you have a parking sticker, you may or may not park in that spot.
If you, under either scenario, even if you had a parking sticker, well, yeah, if they go with option B, what we do, we sit down with staff and figure out which no parking signs we would leave up. There's some other areas right off Gulf that we'd have to leave some signs up. So in those fewer areas where we would leave the no parking signs, whether you had a sticker or not, we would not be allowed to park there. But we have to make the determination later based on what the
So you would also put the no parking signs anytime according
Well,
to.
what our initial plan would be at every side street, the intersection of the side street and Gulf, we would have some view signs made that basically says resident parking only from 8 to 5 with a decal. Violators will be ticketed an hour or 2. But like there would be a few spots where we'd have to, we would keep some no parking signs up there. The vast majority of the no parking signs that we have now, if they go with option B, those would be taken up.
Okay, but where they are now, they would also be no parking anytime.
That's right.
Except for.
That's right. Yeah, it wouldn't make a difference whether you had a decal or not.
Now, I'd like to say that I have, and I don't necessarily want to turn them in, but it's kind of a rough petition, signed by people from various streets in town, and appreciating the fact that you're addressing this issue, and hoping that we can get some clarification and enforcement in terms of parking, in terms of all the subjects that you are planning to cover today. People are very, very grateful that we're getting back into this project. It's very important to us. Carol, do you want to leave that with us? Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you get that?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who'd like to make a comment?
Mayor, I have two from online.
We're gonna finish, let's finish the.
Got it.
Hi, Cookie. More of a question, I want to break this. Todd Plumley, 469 Harbor Drive North. One is, would there be less signs then? Because if we don't have to do all the no parking signs, the idea is kind of like Bel Air, there's one big one.
Yeah, most, if they go to option B, literally at every intersection when you make that turn, there'll probably be one, maybe two.
I see.
4 decorative looking signs
Yeah.
that say what it says, and then the mass signage that we have up and down First, some other places we would take most of those down.
I like that. And then the other question would be, would it be easier to enforce? Because then you could just, as an enforcement officer, drive down the road and you're really just looking at the single cars and looking for a sticker. Or is it easier that way?
It's definitely would be easier because the code enforcement person or deputy can look several blocks from First Street, for example, and either there's a vehicle parked there or not. And if there's one parked there, then they can go check it out, see if it has a decal, if it's a contractor or whoever.
Seems more simple,
Yeah.
sometimes less is more.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I like option B.
Hi.
David Gardella, 705 Harbor Drive.
And I couldn't see you there.
That's the map.
The map.
Map.
Excuse me, I didn't get your address.
705 Harbor Drive, Bel Air Beach. As Greg knows and Cookie knows, we own some apartments on Bay Boulevard. And since all these no parking signs have been installed, obviously from 18th Avenue to 28th Avenue, there's no access other than Bay Boulevard Park. And that's the one street where there's apartments, so there's always overflow of people with extra cars, unfortunately, with those. So I like option B. Along with Todd said, you know, it'd be a lot better having just one sign as you're coming off Gulf Boulevard. It's consistent from 5th to 27th. Everybody has the same look. You don't have all those hundreds of signs, little no parking signs throughout the city, which is kind of an eyesore. But I like option B. Also, if you're going to hire somebody for the weekend, you know, the church tried to do some parking there, Church of the Isles, a couple months ago, tried to do some parking on the weekends up the street there on Bay Boulevard. It was packed for 2 weeks in a row, and then I guess they got some flack from the neighbors that didn't want them to do parking. They were open to doing parking, the church was. Maybe we can do a partnership with them, with monitoring the closing of the parking lot on the weekend with our code enforcement guys that's going to be employed. And utilize all those parking spaces they have there, because just a few months ago, they were willing to allow parking. Did you know about that, Greg?
Yeah, we were the city requested that they close that up because we had so many complaints about the hundreds of cars, not hundreds, but the many cars that were parked there. I can tell you the church is considering what they're gonna do. And I think probably just need to go ahead and address the church parking issue. We have one church in town that has had donations for parking for probably 3 or 4 years. Legally, the city, there's nothing we can do if a church decides to have parking where people make donations. If they were to set up a lot where they had like a set fee, that's a different thing, but as long as they're making donations. So in the Church of the Isles, they work with us just to close it off, but I can't tell you what their long-term plans are, if they're gonna give us some kind of donation thing there.
Well, she said they got heat from the neighbors, and, you know, the people were leaving trash in the parking lot when they left, and they were there till late in the evening, but we have a guy on staff monitoring the weekends. We can close the parking lot down for him, and that gives the city a lot of parking spaces to use for the public.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that I guess the point I'm making is one of the reasons why we asked them to close that off is that people that live right around that church didn't want all that parking there. So we
Well,
asked.
they're living around the parking lot, so they know that that's the potential for, you know.
Well, it's a parking lot for a church, but there's different parking lot for a church.
All right, that was just an option. I mean, they got that big area there. If you're gonna have someone monitoring it, their problem seemed to be that when they didn't want parking to stop, no one was there to shut it down. All right, option B for me. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, David. Mayor B.
afternoon. Great to be back on this side of the dais.
There we go.
For once. RB Johnson, 1206 Beach Trail. I'd just like to start off by saying that I do not believe that the residential neighborhoods of a town of an approximate 4,000 person population I don't think those residential neighborhoods should bear the burden of being the free parking mecca for a metropolitan area of over 2 million people, because that's essentially what we've become. Whether it's back in the neighborhoods or out on the beach itself, the number of people, the amount of traffic that's here now during weekdays, it's now like weekends used to be, and weekends are now like holiday weekends used to be. It's incredible, and over the last couple of years, especially over the last 6 months or so, the increase in the activity we've had here, and I think it's just gotten to the point where it's absolutely unbearable. Therefore, I do think that the option B that you're considering is probably the direction to go. I just want you all to bear in mind that after 5 o'clock, you can still have problems. A couple of weeks ago, or actually a couple Thursdays ago, a little bit before sunset, I was out trimming on Beach Trail some of my bushes and trees, and I noticed quite a bit of traffic of people walking up the access to the beach, and I went down to take a look because I thought, wow, this is a lot of people for a Thursday evening going to the beach, and cars were parked as far as the eye could see on 12th Avenue going east. It was amazing how many people were just out on a Thursday evening to go to the beach, whether to swim or watch the sunset or whatever. This is happening all the time now. So just to keep that in mind, that after 5 o'clock, you could have an issue where people could come, and unless you have remaining no parking signs, people could park, for instance, at 12th Avenue, up and down the street on both sides. And you might not want to fall into that kind of trap and figure out how to deal with that. But in general, I think you're going in the right direction to allow residents only essentially be able to park, except for delivery vehicles and whatnot on our side streets. Because we just got to that point where it's just too much. And a few years ago, I would not have advocated this, but it's just getting worse and worse, and it's not going to be any better.
Thank you, Marty.
Yes.
Yes.
About that. Yeah, RV agree, the 8 to 5 is just kind of a starting point for the commission. One of the things that I want the commission to keep in mind is that, not to go too late into the evening with the no parking plan, because if you do that, then people that have parties and cookouts at their house, then we start to have problems with, where they park. So it's a balance of, how late do you do it. I agree, there's a lot of traffic, and, we have a beautiful beach down there, and there's a lot of people that show up late in the afternoon just to go see the sunset. So I get what you're saying. So the commission just has to balance how long that should be.
It was a surprise to me to realize how many people were coming so late and how regularly now they're doing that. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Marty. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken that's in the encore?
Good afternoon, my name is Joe Romano, 359 12th Avenue. I pretty much concur everything that Mayor RB said. I live right down 12th Avenue, and it gets ridiculous. It's trying to get a first response vehicle down there. Sometimes on the weekends, it's just impossible. I can't even drive down there. For the past several months, years, it seems like we've been here about 15 years. We built the house down there. We used to be able to drive down and not have a problem, and now we go down 10th or 11th, and they used to be okay, but they're getting just as worse. So I have to really strongly support option B, but I would also like to say I think it's a good starting point. I don't think it's going to be the end all, but just like RB said, it's we're becoming this trash spot of where everybody wants to come and park for free, pretty much. So. Possibly maybe there's a parking garage in the future somewhere or something like that we could, team up on and get that out there. Because I think parking's great for a city. It brings money and industry to the city, but not at the expense of the residents that live here, So thank you very much. And on option B, that would be the weekend code enforcement guy going around and looking at permits and stuff.
Yes, sir. Option B would be 7 days a week.
Yeah.
But we would have an additional person to supplement 2 deputies and then one full-time code person.
Okay, yeah, I strongly approve. Thank you.
Matt, I'm going to turn it over to you at this time. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken at this time?
Madam Mayor, we have 3 participants from the audience. I'd like to start with Carla Stahl. Carla Stahl, would you please unmute yourself, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a property owner at 1000 Gulf Boulevard in the Reef Club condominium. And I certainly understand the issues of people who live on the side streets. However, occasionally we do have in our personal condo an overflow of parking, either for our family or our guests. And I'm just wondering if these decals are going to be permanently affixed to cars, because that really wouldn't help me. And if there would be an option for a hang tag or something that we could show that whoever is parking there is affiliated with us as an owner and would be, perhaps they're spending the night, perhaps they're not. I'm just asking what the criteria is, because completely eliminating parking on the side streets is somewhat akin to giving people a private street, and we all pay the taxes for the city. And I'm just trying to figure out if the park, I believe the current rules are that the park closes at dusk and is not available for parking. Is that correct? I'm speaking of the park where the dog park and the boardwalk is, not the beach parking lot. I don't ever use that, so I don't know what the rules are there, but what are the parking lots and what are their restrictions in the city?
We'll talk about this later. I'll tell you that's one of the things that I'm going to ask the commission to address and clarify is resident parking decals and who gets those. And also there's 2 different categories of temporary hang tags. And the one that would most likely apply to you would be that if you're going to have a number of people in a condo where you need some additional parking passes, you would come to City Hall and pick those up and pay a fee for them. But that'll be discussed later and after this topic.
Okay, so we might be able to get hang tags, is that what you're saying? But you just can't determine that at this point. I mean, I'm happy to pay for the decals. I just want the option of being able to switch them out, because we have 3 cars, or actually 4 in our family. So sometimes we can all park at the Reef Club and sometimes we can't. So
The resident decals, the general rules will stay the same for those. The resident decals are assigned to the specific vehicles, and those are supposed to be permanently affixed to the back of the vehicle. What I'm talking about is there is a paragraph in the code where you can get a temporary hang tag, and we'll talk about that more later in the meeting.
okay, thank you.
Next speaker, Dave Whiteside.
Hi, this is David Whiteside, 446 Harbour Drive North. I'd like to discuss the residential parking spots along the beach access. I'm thankful that the town increased the number of residential spots a few years ago. However, they're now being abused by the people that live on those beach access streets. Whenever I go down 27th Street, I see the same 3 or 4 vehicles parked there day in, day out, which is essentially they're treating us their own private parking spots, which means that with the influx of everybody else coming to the beach, I can no longer drive down to the beach and enjoy fishing on the beach because I can't park near the beach because the resident spots are being used by homeowners that live there, and the non-residential spots are taken first thing in the morning. So I'd like to see some type of, if we're going to allow residents to park in those overnight and use them as their own private spots, perhaps we should put no parking overnight in the residential spots and force them to park in the non-residential spots. Because for me, I'm paying the taxes and I can't enjoy the beach because I can't park near enough to the beach to be able to enjoy it.
Yeah, I can address it partially there. Again, we'll talk about that more in a few minutes. That is an issue that we have for residents that have decals And there seems to be a growing trend where people will go and leave a vehicle in a resident space for a day or 2 or 3. And that's one of the things I'm going to ask the commission to allow the city attorney now to clarify that particular problem, because that has become an issue. Even people that live in the extreme east end of when the fingers in town, if they got too many cars, they'll take them to the beach and park them, and I'd like for that to be addressed also.
I'm glad I have it on my list. Greg, will you speak, can you speak a little louder? I saw one of the comments was they couldn't hear you. Okay? Who's the next caller, Matt?
David Bleesner.
David?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi, this is David Blissner. I live at 1612 First Street, across from the Episcopal Church. Now, I know earlier we talked about churches can do what they like, but I've got to tell you, my quality of life in the last year has been degraded significantly, because that is, by all intents and purposes, a commercial parking lot. We get 300 new visitors, new friends coming out every weekend. We've spoken to the pastor. He doesn't seem to care. And it's gotten so bad with trash that I've actually put out my own trash cans in the parking lot, and I go over in the morning and clean it up. It's that much of a mess. So the other aspect that needs to be considered is a significant number, and I think it came up briefly before, the houses now are Airbnb, beach time rental, all that kind of stuff. So it's turning over continuously. So the concept of tags is going to be interesting. So I appreciate the effort that everybody's putting in. I appreciate the conversation, but you know, when you've got a church that, and they say donations, but they end up running a commercial operation about every other week, and you can't go in unless you pay. And you know, it's just not fair. That's all.
I just wanted to say that I've had several conversations about exactly what you're talking about. Other neighbors on 16th have had issues with the Episcopal Church, and I've talked several times, Greg knows that, with Father John. So we're going to discuss some of that later on, but I appreciate your call. Greg, you want to add anything to this comment? Okay. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Mark Posnan, please unmute your mic.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for hosting this meeting. It's Mark Posnan at 921 Harbor House Drive. I just want to jump on what Carla was talking about with the tags. For example, I have a 3-car house with a 3-car driveway. If I have someone that wants to come by in the evening after 5 p.m., obviously City Hall is closed. I can't grab a tag. What do we do with that kind of situation where someone just wants to come by last minute?
Well, under option B, if it was after 5 o'clock, they would not need anything from City Hall. They can legally park on the street, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so but between 8 and 5, if they want to come by, and I would have to do.
What we would suggest you do if you have that situation is that all of your vehicles technically can have an RV resident decal in there because you live there. If you're going to have some kind of lunch, or when you think maybe you'll have 2 or additional cars, the best thing you need to do, my suggestion would be to move your vehicles and have the decal out on the street and let them park in your driveway.
Okay, and it just an interesting idea based on option B is, instead of having the residents with tags, can we perhaps have people who want to park on our streets after 5 on the weekends, perhaps buy their own tag for, let's say, $50 for the year?
To be quite frank with you, with our size operation, that would be, there'd be no way for us to manage that. And I don't believe that most residents would want people that do not live here to have separate or special decals or stickers or hang tags.
Gotcha. All right, thanks for your time. I appreciate the meeting.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anyone else, Val?
No, Madam Mayor, I don't see any additional speakers.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to ask Greg if there's follow-up to some of the questions? Do you want to,
No, I think I responded to most.
most questions? I'm going to turn it over to the commission. Matt, if you want to unmute.
Madam Mayor, the commissioners can unmute themselves. I don't have control over the microphones.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioners, if you want to unmute, and do any of you have any comments at this time? And once we have our comments, then we'll look for direction to give to the staff as we move forward. I see Ed. Ed?
Yes, hi. So far, the Zoom seems to be working well, so thanks to all the preparation, people involved in the preparation. I also thanks Greg for putting out the two options. I don't even mind having the parking fine be $99, really. Higher the better in my mind, because we've had stories of people being happy to get a parking ticket because it was cheaper than paying for parking in Clearwater. So I have no problem with $95, $99, whatever the legal maximum is. I would be really happy if we got as close to that as possible. I would also, although I understand there are certain circumstances where people may want hang tags, if we're going to really control our quality of life issue here, you know, it's resident parking in the neighborhoods. And so I would like the timing to be as late as possible. And I would like as few hang tags as possible to be issued, because we are overrun with out-of-town residents who just come and park, destroy our beach. They come back, they leave garbage in people's yards. I've heard horror stories of drunk people having all kinds of issues before they get in their car and drive away in no condition to drive. So I would really like these rules to be as strict and as controlling as possible. The last thing I would like to add is, if we're going to restrict overnight parking, I think it needs to be careful in terms of more than one night, because if someone who's a resident is intoxicated and not able to drive home, they should have the right to leave their car overnight and then be able to come back the next day and get it. I think what we're trying to control is people parking who are residents for like 7 days in a row in the same beach access spot. So a little caution there in terms of, you know, let's not put someone in a position where they feel they have to drive a car if they're not in a condition to drive a car. But otherwise, I do support option B and would like it as strictly enforced, or, you know, as strongly enforceable as possible, higher fines, later closing times.
Thank you, Ed. Any of the other commissioners would wish to speak at this time? Phil?
I agree with Ed totally. You look back just a couple of years ago, we really didn't have this much of a problem. All of a sudden, poof, we're into where you can't find a place to park. I know 4th of July weekend, of course, you expect more traffic and during tourist season, but I would walk down to Brown Park and there were people parking up in the grass. They were everywhere. And they, as Ed said, they're coming in as day trippers coming in. I don't know how much money they're spending our businesses. From what I've heard, not much, if any. And it's just playing havoc. We have the right to have a good quality of life here, especially with our taxes and the amount of investment we put in our properties. So I totally agree with running the fines up and getting a towing contract. As much as I would hate to tow someone's vehicle, you know, I don't think it's going to take too many fines and too many tows for people to get the message that this is a place to come and enjoy. But, you know, if you're going to misuse it, then you're not welcome here. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Phil. Commissioner Flagg?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to see so many people showing up and calling about the parking. We have been talking about it a long time. I can remember a big meeting in 2014, and I think the city's responded well in trying to make changes to modify our parking. But I must say, traffic And parking in our city is just out of control. And safety for our bikers, our walkers, people that live in the community is at risk. So I think it's time that we do something. I would definitely favor the option B plan, but as Ed said, the highest fine that we can use for parking would be good, because a lot of people don't care about the fines. I've heard them say they pay 40 or 50 bucks to park for the day just to be in town. And I think it's been very hard for a lot of the residents in our city with, not only trash, but people, parking on front lawns and breaking sprinkler systems and not having any care at all about private property. So I would think our timing is right to do this. The hang tags for overnight, I think, should be limited. If certain condos have them, there should be a number, and I don't know what that formula is. I bet Greg would be better versed on that, but we can't just give them out haphazardly. They do have parking lots to withstand their usage for the number of people they have there and a little overflow. So that would probably have to be looked at. And other than that, we need to make sure our streets are safe for emergency vehicles, which on most traffic days and most bad congested days, that's not the case. So I'm in favor of B, and I hope we can come to a conclusion where we can draft something accordingly to help our residents out.
Thank you, Commissioner Fly. So which option?
A.
Did you say?
Yes, I said B.
Commissioner McCall?
Yes, maybe not the most popular view, but I do agree with Ed and everyone that honestly we should raise the fines honestly as high as we can get them as a deterrent. Personally, I think the city's done a fantastic job over the years. We've obviously seen a huge influx from COVID. Like Greg had mentioned, I feel without families having any other options, they are coming to the beach in larger numbers. I'm not completely on board with putting restrictions on everyone that lives here that is, like myself, very social. If I want to have people to my house, that I've got to run down to City Hall to make sure that they have an opportunity or that I can get there in time to bring them back a tag so they don't get towed. My view is more, let's address the people that are infringing on our town, violating the current laws, and provide a deterrent, hopefully large enough that we can control the parking, and see what we can do going forward before we implement a blanket ordinance that makes the current residents pay to have people come to their home and come to the beach. Just my opinion.
Joe, I'm going to have Greg address one of your comments because I think it's a little different than what you thought. Greg?
Yeah, under option A and option B, neither of those options have anything in there that has to do with somebody coming to City Hall to getting a permit to park on the street. You either have a resident parking decal or not. In a few minutes, we'll talk about the current code. We're talking about residents parking decals in two different categories of temporary, but I'm not proposing really any parking decal, not decal, but hang tag for somebody who has to come to City Hall and get one. Either you have a resident decal or you don't.
So just to clarify, so if I have a barbecue and I have 5 people that come over that are not from the area, I've got to have them park in my single car driveway or in my yard because I can't get a decal. Am I hearing that correctly?
He said that's correct. I don't know if you heard him, Joe. Okay, good. Any other comments from the commission at this moment? Yes, Ed.
Ed, can you please unmute yourself?
Yep. Am I still muted? No?
No, sir.
Okay, I didn't hear Greg's response to Joe's question. I'm sorry.
I was responding that under option A and B, there's really no scenario where somebody comes to City Hall to get some type of temporary pass to park on the street during whatever hours that y'all designate as resident parking.
But
what would Joe do then? I'm sorry, I didn't. So let's go down the scenario where there's a resident on La Hacienda, Bahia Vista, any of those streets in the neighborhoods, and they're having a barbecue, and they don't have enough spots. What would they do? That's the question.
The only suggestion I could make was the one I made earlier, is that the 1 to 2, 3, 4 vehicles that you have at your house that have decals, you would move those out of your driveway and your garage and let your guests park in your driveway.
Anything else, Ed? Okay, thank you.
One suggestion or one request I would make would be, I don't know if they had any comment, but I invited Captain Longmire from the Sheriff's Office, and I know Randy Moore, the city attorney's on, before y'all reach where you're headed. I just want to give them the opportunity to go on.
Captain Liner, would you like to say anything at this time?
No, we can decide what works, obviously.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Why don't you take your mask off?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Whatever obviously the commission comes up with.
I don't think the mic's on.
Yeah, let's go ahead and, is there a power button in the thing? Or is that?
Just handing
Better? Yeah, realistically, whatever the commission comes up with on board, so obviously, it's gonna be a big change. It'll probably come with education perspective, but I can understand what you're saying. We were out here on the beaches, and in fact, the former mayor out there a couple of times, and we saw it, so whatever we all decide, we're obviously the ones that enforce it, so give us direction with it.
Captain Liner, one of the things that we got numerous emails about was the fact that amplified on the accesses, that it is not residents that are parked with decals, that anyone is parking there, so the residents are having an issue. I believe a gentleman named David called in and mentioned that, so I wanted to make sure that I would like to see more controlling on that, that if they don't have a resident decal and they're parking in a resident space, that they would get a ticket for that if they're not running in our city.
Yeah, what you have now, like I said, the side streets there.
Yes, sir.
Where you're parking. So Greg had brought up, we talked about it back in April, May, when everybody started coming back to the beach. So we set our enforcement there, we do the same. Where the only thing I think we'd have an issue with, what to do with, we wouldn't really be able to do anything residential people parking there for like 4 days. That's something they did come up, and when first came early on, we started hitting those side streets more because residents weren't having access. So that's where all the extras. I think it's going to be.
I'm actually talking on the access.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, he is, okay. All right, I just
One thing that everybody has to remember is that even if you go to option A or you go to option B, you're still going to have people that violate the law. And we still have to catch them violating the law. And the 2 deputies can't be there all the time. And even if I have a part-time code person, they may not be at that exact spot. But I've heard through the Facebook app, neighborhood app, this whole myth of no enforcement and 190 plus citations in a 2-month period is far from that. So, and that's all the more reason why I asked for the part-time person to supplement the weekends, because that's where we really get crunched with the visitors. And I would say if the commission approves 90 or whatever it is, and you make it 99 as long as the city attorney believes we can do that. If you have that, and I have the ability to, or the city has the ability to tow an individual that's, for example, is parked under a stop sign. Somebody made a comment earlier about the social media. It won't take that to get around very long, and if they have to go to Largo or Clearwater to pick their car up, that won't happen very good time.
The only thing that I would add is obviously we write the tickets,
They go to the clerk of court. All right. Don?
Just
To the
talk
back.
about-
Shut off on them?
Won't you just, for the sake of time, won't you just move back?
Because she always has to be on that.
Yeah, can we move you back to the dais because it seems like,
That's working?
yes, that's better.
Okay. The only thing I would say on the citations, they process through the clerk of court. So that's what I was doing about education. I'm going to switch all this over. I don't want to get in a position where everybody's still learning to get decals. We're writing everybody tickets in that. So once everybody's informed, there could be an instance where somebody didn't follow it. It's not like we can grab back tickets. If you write a ticket, it goes. There's none of that stuff. So, you know, we would do education first. We don't want to run a bunch of tickets off the bat. So I want to make sure you're clear.
Randy Moore, I got a question for you. Are you there?
Randy, could you unmute your mic, please?
Yes, Mayor, I'm here.
Could you give us a little insight as far as if we did have the ticket raised to 99, is that a possibility?
I understand your question to be, Mayor. What about raising the particular fine to $99? The language referenced by the manager, Manager Mims, comes from Florida Statute 316-1967. That statute has not really been the subject of any litigation that I can find that interprets its terms, but it does provide specifically that when a hearing official considering a traffic violation is imposing a fine, they can make a determination as to whether a parking violation has been committed and impose a civil penalty not to exceed $100 or the fine amount designated by the county ordinance plus court costs. That's the language the manager is citing. And there are a few ways that could be construed, but I think the most conservative and appropriate one in this context would be to whatever sum you choose, keep it below that $100 figure.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Randy, at this time, is there anything that you would like to address about the parking issue?
I have nothing else to add. I think you've been presented two options, and the particulars of how that is either codified or implemented can be handled once we have that consensus direction.
Thank you, Randy. I see Commissioner Flagg and Joe McCall. We'll start with Commissioner Flagg.
I just wanted to address the decal parking, after 5. And I understand where Joe's coming from, because we all have homes and invite people over in the evening, and it's going to create some challenges. But I think for the benefit of most of the residential community, I have to try and work that out, with neighbors or maybe people Ubering from over the bridge. I'm not quite sure, but I was wondering, this doesn't affect our downtown parking at all. So there are places downtown that will still facilitate people parking if they wanted to visit and didn't have a decal. That would be between 8 and 5. After 5 o'clock, anybody could park on the streets. And I just wanted to clarify that with Greg and with you all.
Commissioner McCall, would you like to add anything? I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for the sheriff. I assume, or correct me if I'm wrong, if you run the tag before you write a parking ticket, as Greg said, you've written 190, I think, the last 2 months. Can you tell if you've written that same car or party a parking ticket before, if they're habitually parked? If we do, if we fine them $100 this time, we see that same car parked illegally again in our town. Obviously, if there's a towing option, is that something you track or comes up in your system?
Yeah, that'll come up in our system. Anybody that shares it with us, so Clearwater shares it. So we will take it in their Roxy and see if they will want their leads. It's in our warning, as long as we do a warning or a great warning, it'll pop up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. 2 things. I wanted to address Pete Boulevard. David Cardell brought that up, and there's been a lot of emails about Bay Boulevard, people that shouldn't be parking there, or as David said, people who are living in the apartments and parking there. I just want to be clear. So if you live in one of those apartments and you have a decal, then you can, after 5, park on the side. Is that correct?
Yeah, they tell you before you go during the day.
And during the day. Oh, okay. So, all right, just so that we're clear on it. All right. And there are vehicles and lines that shouldn't be parked there. We've got several emails about that due to parking. So I just comment going towards 25th, 26th, 27th around that, so that you know that. The other question that I wanted to bring up was to Ed, talking about if somebody, had been drinking and they left their car overnight. I mean, if a person does that, then I think that would be an easy way for people to say, oh, I've been drinking, I didn't want to drive home. I mean, how do we address that?
But my recommendation to you is for the person that has to figure out a way to enforce whatever you want. That's a personal responsibility.
I agree.
If we start believing things like that, you're exactly right. That'll be what will happen. It'll be this. Well, I have the excuse of, I had too much drink. Well, my next question is, were you drinking on our beach because it's illegal to drink down there? But somebody said too much drink. The responsible thing to do would be to call a friend or call a towing company and get your car towed off the beach.
If you were just looking at.
Mayor Randy Mora, if I could intervene for a moment, just because I had a several hours long meeting last night about parking and towing, and one of the questions was sort of along the lines of the suggestion you'd made. And I just want to clarify that when someone is cited, as the sheriff aptly noted, they go to local ordinance violation court. And the judge who hears that violation is going to look at what the city's ordinance says, and then look at whether or not that individual is in compliance. And appeals to things that are fair and equitable, like, well, you have to understand my excuses and justifications are as follows. The judge will say, I hear all that. What I want to know is, it says that it's unlawful for you to park on 5th Street after before 5 p.m. Were you on 5th Street before 5 p.m.? Yes, I was, but I don't need to hear the but. Sounds like you've just admitted you violated the code. I'm gonna fine you. And so the notion that once this gets before a hearing officer, the hearing officer is going to entertain appeals of those particular circumstances, perhaps in extremely exceptional ones they may, but the ordinary things that people rely on in terms of fairness and equity are not what the court will be looking to. The court will be looking to whether or not an individual violated the code or not. So if you want to make permission or exceptions, I suggest as we get towards codifying anything, if there is anything to be changed within the code, those would need to be in there, and relying on fairness is not going to resolve the matter. And I think as the manager aptly noted, keep trying to avoid carving out all the holes in the donuts is probably the better way to go, because that becomes a very precarious process.
Thank you, Randy. Do any of the commissioners have any comments before what I thought I would do is I would individually ask each one of you which option you prefer, and if there's anything else that you would like to add to that option. So with that, do any of you have anything else to comment before I ask you for your option? Okay, we'll start with one of our favorites, Commissioner Vice Mayor Hanna. Which option would you prefer?
I opt for option B, boy.
Okay. Commissioner McCall?
I would opt for option A.
Okay. Commissioner Flagg? Commissioner Flagg, can you unmute yourself?
I would go with option B, as in boy.
Commissioner Hoefnagel?
I would support option B with the request to raise the parking fine above 80 as much as legally feasible.
Okay, and I would go with option B. And Ed, Greg.
One area that I asked for clarification on, we've had discussions during this part of the meeting about the time period for option B. I just threw options, I threw 8 to 5 out there to start the conversation, but for each of the commissioners, are you good with option, 8 to 5, or do you like some variation of that? Need some input on that?
Commissioners, you want to raise your hand and let me know if there's something you'd like to say? Commissioner Black?
I think since we are doing this, that if we do the 8 to 5, we have an option to see how it works. I think it will control a lot of the constant traffic and congestion for all our residents in town. And at 5 o'clock, they can still have people come and park at their house and come to a party and go to restaurants. So I would support the 8 to 5.
Commissioner Ed? Okay. Vice Mayor Hammond?
I think we're fine with that, and it plus gives us a period of time to evaluate it and see how it works.
Commissioner Joe?
Yeah, if 8 to 5 is what it is, I would be not opposed.
Okay, so option B with the 5 of 8 to 5. Okay, I just would also like the public and those that are online, there will be 2 more opportunities at follow-up commission meetings where the public will be able to speak on the on-street parking issue. As we move forward, the city manager and the city attorney are going to put together an ordinance for us to adopt. So I thank everyone who called in for that item, and we're going to move now to discussion of the golf course ordinance.
I mean, the part B of this is to talk just briefly about, well, maybe not briefly, but about the permit.
Okay, all right.
Section 62-35 is the section of the code that establishes really 3 different options for people to have various hang tags, parking decals. Number 1 is section 62-35C1 is, and I'll probably the best thing for me to is to read this. It says all residents of the city shall, upon application of proof of automobile registration, be issued one resident parking per vehicle for parking on beach accesses, and no fee shall be charged for such permit. Proof of residency within the corporate limits of the city shall be required for such permit. The city shall provide parking spaces on accesses designated for residents only where deemed feasible by the city manager. As we talked about earlier in the meeting, we added additional spaces at the beach accesses back after 2014. The resident parking decal must be permanently attached to the exterior of the vehicle in a visible location. The issue that we have are I believe this number 1 and the next 2 that I'm going to cover all need to be clarified, cleaned up, because I indicated to you earlier, I think there's 67 reserved resident spaces, 61 of those are at beach accesses. We have 2,490 vehicles that have been issued resident parking decals. One of the issues, and parking decals have been around since I think about 1980, so this has been around for decades. And I don't know when this started. I started in 2013, so for the record, it started before I got here. The way the resident decals work, but considering what I just read to you, and I believe the wording of this could be clearer, is that the individuals that have been actually issued these resident decals for decades are not only what we would consider to be residents, true residents of the city, just like the members of the audience here, probably most of the ones that are online or listening, but they've also been issued to people that own property. And I was not here in 1980 when they adopted this. I think I was a freshman in college. But when I read this, and maybe RB can shed some light, or whoever here about this, but I believe the intent was that number 1 that I read to you was to truly be somebody that resided in Rocks Beach. And to me is just to simplify what I think that would be that somebody would come into City Hall, they would produce a vehicle registration, and that vehicle registration needs to be tied to the address that they live in Indian Beach. For whatever reason, since 1980, that's not how this has been applied. So therefore, we wound up with 2,490 decals issued for people going after 61 parking spaces. So maybe we'll just take these one at a time. I would like feedback, input from the commission and the public about section 62-35C1, which is the one that I believe was supposedly, when this was done, was supposed to apply this to truly what we would consider people that live here. And I would just remind everybody for the record too, that under Florida law, when you move to another residence, you have legally 30 days to move your tags, your driver's license, all that stuff to your new address. So in the cases of gentleman that spoke earlier about his apartments, even people that would live in an apartment for some period of time, and most of those are not vacation rentals, and they would not be subject to this anyway. They go get their updated driver's license, they secure their apartment, get their lease, and then if that's the way this was enforced, then the permanent residents get a decal, and the people that also live here for the guidelines that we try to use in the office for some of these things for people that lease property is that and this is not in here, but we had to use something was that you had to provide proof that you had a lease where you're going to live here at least a year. Because I will tell you, the 7 years that I've been here, people get real creative about how they go about getting their hands on decals. I've seen decals on AC repair trucks in Tampa. I've seen hang tags all the way to Orlando trips. So, but specifically back to C1, my request or suggestion, there again, want feedback, direction from the commission, the public to comment about it. I believe this should be rewritten where it's absolutely clear that the decals that people should permanently affix in the back of their vehicles should be for people that live here, not part-time people or people that own a second home here. It should be for people that live here because there's the real world and there's the misnomer about I love my decal on the back of my car, but what does that really get me? And even if you go and we reword this paragraph, we make it perfectly clear that these decals are for people that truly live here. That might cut the 2,400 number, yes, in half, by a third. So, people's expectations should not be that even if we reduce the number of the decals, it we should based on clarifying exactly how this is written. If your expectation is you're going to go to the beach and find a resident parking space, it's not going to happen. I most recently, and I'll stop, we'd like input on this. Most recently had a call from a gentleman who lives in town and was pretty irate. And his issue was he went to the beach, parked in the resident parking space. He forgot some kind of beach thing he needed. He left, he came back and his space was gone and was angry at the city about that. And I said, sir, we have 61 spaces. We don't reserve spaces. It's just kind of the way it is. But so I would ask some comment and some input about this C1 and how the commission feels that, because it's large gaping loopholes, and I don't think this has been implemented like the commissioners maybe back in 1980.
Commissioners, at this time, I'd like to ask you to give Greg input on the decals. Who would like to start? Commissioner Flagg?
I would think that if we're going to limit our decals, it should be to people who live in Indian Rocks Beach and they have their automobiles registered at that Indian Rocks Beach address. So if I live here and my husband does, and we have two vehicles, both vehicles would be entitled to a decal. And I think that's probably the fairest way to be able to distribute evenly, because otherwise there'll be many loose ones being issued that are not really truly residents. So that would be my thought on that. That's the permanent little sticker that goes on the back of the car, because I've seen some in residence parking spots, and people think they're mobile because they're just kind of thrown in the back of the window, but not really affixed to the car. And I don't think that was really the intent when we handed these out. They were supposed to be, at least when I went into City Hall, I had to show registration and proof of residence to get our decals. So that's what I would assume would be the fair way to handle that.
Flag, one of Greg's questions was, he mentioned a period of time that you are truly a resident. What are your thoughts on that?
You mean you would be a resident and have your car registered at that location? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, one of the things that we implemented in-house for people that lease property, that you had to provide a document, a letter, or a copy of your lease that would say that you were there for a minimum of 1 year. Because we've seen people come in and kind of
they would have their car there also? In other words, they're leasing, but they have a car registered at that Indian Rocks address. Is that right?
We're trying to avoid giving somebody a decal that's good for 2 years when there's situations where somebody may only be here for 6 months, 8 months, but they're having to change all their driver's licenses to comply with state law.
I see.
You want to think about that, and I'll move on to Commissioner Hanna.
Okay.
Commissioner Hanna, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I agree. I think the intent and the letter of the ordinance should kind of sync up on this. Those are pretty hot items. I've had an old friend of mine say, "When are you going to get me a parking permit?" Of course, he's joking, but you know, it's the way it needs to be. We've got a limited number of spaces. The people who live here, pay taxes here, have their vehicles here, should get those. It does bring up a very interesting question, however, is if I'm here for a 6 months period of time, anything less than a year, transferred in by a company, don't really want to change my license plate because I'm from New Jersey as an example, I've got to go back there. I don't know if it's a separate license or tag that's colored differently for that. I'm just a possibility, but except for that, I think that they need only be issued to legal residents who can show proof of registration with that car, and the address they're at are one and the same.
Thank you. Commissioner Ed?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So one thing would be a suggestion to only issue the tickets for a 1 year time period. I know that they come for 2 years, but then if a typical household lease is 12 months, and so you could end up leasing for 12 months or 6 months, getting a ticket, and it's good for the next 24 months. So something to think about is the duration of the sticker. I know it means we have more work to do in terms of getting stickers every year, which is a pain in the neck. But you know, that might be one way to address it. If you have 2 houses, let's say you have a beach house and then you have a city house, and you come in between those 2 places, I still think you're a resident here. I'm not sure what the cutoff is, and I think that's what Greg is asking is, like, if you just own a house and you put it up for rent, I don't think you get a sticker. But if it's your place where you come, it may not be homesteaded, but where you spend time, I would think you'd want a sticker. But I guess what Diane is saying is you wouldn't get one. Is that correct? If you're saying if your car's not registered here, you would not get a sticker?
Yes, that's what I said. So primarily because there are so few spaces for the residents, the people who have those stickers could use, like the fellow on Harbor Drive, he would be able to hopefully get a parking spot close up and be able to go fishing. The stickers would be for residents that have their cars registered at that address. Someone that comes here for 4 months and then is in, let's say, New Jersey, New York, Canada, wherever, and come back, they necessarily would not be for 4 months entitled to an IRB sticker, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Joe, Commissioner McCall, would you like to say anything? Can you unmute?
Yes, please unmute. I sent a request.
Thank you. Better? Basically, I don't know as a owner of property, whether it's valid to distinguish between their use. It's easy enough to validate if somebody owns their house through the Pinellas County tax assessor. When they come and apply, you can look at their driver's license. You can check and see who's on the deed, if they own the property or not. As far as second homes, folks like that, like you say, they may be here 4 months out of the year. I don't know if they should have any less rights than me that lives here 12 months a year. As far as the rental, I wouldn't issue to somebody that's renting property unless it's obtained or in conjunction with the owner of the property. If the owner wants to contact the city and wants one of their tenants to have a beach access center or sticker as part of the lease, then we can develop a process for that to prove the lease and so forth. But have the owner in contact with us. But that way, it's not necessarily if you rent a property on the beach that you're going to be able to park in one of the 67 spaces, right? I mean, that's a convenience, not a necessity. But I really don't personally feel that, however I use my house, if I'm here, I'm paying taxes, I pay taxes to the city. I should have access to kind of the amenities of the city, if you do wish.
Thank you, Joe. Yes.
One thing I'd ask for the commission and the public to think about, consider is that whatever your viewpoint is, fortunately, unfortunately, one of the things that's happened to our city in the last 3 or 4 years is east of Gulf Boulevard in the residential areas, we've now topped in the mid one or in the 150 range of houses that have been converted from traditional family houses to vacation rental. And another thing to consider is you consider what the rules will be on, and we're talking strictly right now about these decals for resident decals, is that if you keep it the way it is, where basically it's been traditional residents as we would think of it, and all the people that own property, is that all these people that own vacation rentals would have the ability then to get decals for all their cars that are not tied to the property. And then I'll just say from an enforcement standpoint, that presents problems because on the occasions where we'll still catch people where they'll take a piece of Scotch tape and stick a decal on the back of a window, although the ordinance says it's got to be permanently fixed. That is one of my concerns. Is I believe that this is what's happened, what's changed in our neighborhoods, you're going to have 100+ property owners that don't live here and that can outright get decals that can do with them what they want, but we have to try to catch them doing what they're doing with them. Because we issue a decal now, it would be the same way in the future. It's all based on your vehicle, your tag number, your registration number, whatever. But it just gets more difficult then when we have to trace all those back to particular vehicles, and the more of these things that we have, the more issues. So I don't want y'all to lose focus on, if you do, everybody that owns property gets them. That's everybody that owns property is going to get these, and there's some games that can be played with decals when they get them.
I'm going to go out to public comment at this time, and then I'll come back to the commission. If there's anyone in the auditorium who'd like to speak at this time, please come forward, state your name and your address.
Carol McLaughlin, 115 21st Avenue. I think it seems to me, after listening to the discussion about trying to figure out who lives where when, that it boils down pretty simply just to issue parking permits to property owners of properties, to the property owner of homesteaded property. Because if it's homesteaded, that is your homestead, and you should have your, I don't know about this, but I think if your car registration has to be attached to your homestead property. I don't know, but to me that it boils it down to pretty simply just to make sure that we only issue tickets or decals to homestead property. And I think back in 1980, when this was all begun, I might even have been on the commission then, I don't remember. But the intention was that this was for property owners. So that property owners did, and believe me, we didn't have as many people parking here as we do today. But that was the original intention.
Thank you, Carol. Is there anyone else? Gordon.
Of course, I came to the meeting, I had to talk. Gordon Barsky, 708 Beach Trail. I understand the dilemma, I understand the problem. What we're forgetting, in my opinion, is there are a ton of condos on the beach. And everybody addresses Harbor Drive and La Hacienda and all the streets. They forget about the beach people. There are a number of people that own property on the beach for investment purposes, and they come here. I think anybody that owns a property here should be given the sticker. I understand the dilemma about putting Scotch tape on that and enforcing that. But if you homestead people, you're limited. I take a look at tax revenue. The people on the beach pay a ton of taxes. They pay more taxes than the people in the residential area because they are not homestead. And to eliminate those people would be a real disservice to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Is there anyone else? David?
David Cardella, 705 Harbor Drive, Village Beach. Similar to what Ed said, I think the solution would be, if more as it's cumbersome for the staff and everything, would be to renew these stickers every year. Because if you have a one-year lease, you shouldn't be able to continue to park in the city. Unless you have a registration in the car registered here, that should be the requirement, open and shut. I mean, I own property here, I don't live here. I don't expect to have a sticker to give to people or put my vehicle and park in your spot. So I think car registration, doing it every year, so if someone's lease expires, but it would be up to the resident. I have tenants to come in because it's so expensive to change their tag from New Jersey or wherever they're coming from. They'll stay there for the year with their tag from the place, out of state, save the money. Well, if they don't want to abide by registering their vehicle here, they're not going to be able to get a sticker. Now they can go ahead and, like Greg says, show them a lease that we have and get a sticker. So I think it needs to be through the registration and do it once every year, so make it a 2-year term.
Good afternoon, Jean. Hi, Cookie. How are you? Good.
Jean Scott, 420 Harbor Drive South. I know this is probably a very minor little issue, but what about the golf carts? Are we going to get registered for them on stickers? Okay.
Anyone else in the auditorium wishing to speak on this item? If not, okay. 5.
Plumley, 469 Harbor Drive. I think David might be right. I kind of agree with the homestead. I liked it at first, but there's some wiggle room there and maybe some issues. If the car has to be registered here, I think that, and then the 1 year instead of 2, that might solve everything. I don't know. It would also solve people with multiple properties like myself. I mean, without you getting, if it's the old way, would I be getting 12 tags? You know, and then what am I doing with those 12 tags? I trust myself, I don't trust anyone else. So I think if it was tied to the registration and then also tied to 1 year instead of 2, that actually seems to get 95% of the problem. All I'm saying.
Thank you, Todd. At this time, I'd like to go to, is there anyone on the phones that'd like to speak to Pat?
Mayor Kennedy, I have a number of comments that were actually typed in the chat window. I don't know if you want to address those or if you want to allow people to speak. I did have one speaking request from a Miss Cicero. If you'd like to go ahead and unmute yourself and speak now, you may do so.
Hi, this is Kelly Cistrick, and my comments involve decal beach parking and also golf carts, but these should be addressed now under decal parking. Our city expanded the number of beach parking spots for golf carts a few years ago, but those spots are available to both residents and non-residents that stay in vacation rental properties. A large number of vacation rentals now provide a golf cart for their guests' own use. So we see more golf carts on the streets now because our city has incentivized the vacation rentals to offer golf carts because that allows them better beach access parking. I'd like to see some of the dedicated golf cart only spaces return to general parking for decal holders. And those could be for both golf carts and for full-size cars. It's hard for me to park at the beach now because I don't own a golf cart, and there's more parking spots for golf carts at my beach access, which is 27th, than there are for residents. So I think that decals should be required on golf carts and for resident vehicles, but I also think that it should be for more than residents. If you're a property owner, you own a property in Indian Rocks Beach, you might live in Tampa and come here just on the weekends, but you certainly, as a property owner, should be able to get 2 beach decals like the residents do. And I think that that would provide better access to residents and to property owners here to park at the beach accesses. Thank you.
No, ma'am, I don't see any additional speakers.
I'd like to hear some of the comments.
Absolutely. We'll start from the top here.
Can you speak more into that?
Okay, let's start from the top here. Let's see here. All right, from Mr. Posnan, we have, why not just use the beach parking sticker for the same street parking permit for option B? We have the beach parking decal to visitors would need to be a different color. They should tie it to a property tax bill. It should be primary residents only. Why not make all the spots at the beach for residents only? Beach stickers should be a vehicle registered to IRB house address. Make it easy, 1 sticker. Homeowner taxes and the car is registered to Florida, so taxes paid to Florida. What if you live here and have a company vehicle that's not registered in your name? Can you get a sticker? The decals should be made to be fixed on the inside of the vehicles to prevent theft of stickers, especially if option B is adopted. We have a question from an unidentified homeowner. We own a duplex with annual renters. Our annual tenants should be allowed to have stickers. And the final comment was annual renters with a lease for a year should be able to get a decal.
I'm going to turn it over to the city manager at this time. Do you want to answer any questions or anything from the commission?
No, I'd rather just hear dialogue with the commission.
Okay, at this time, we are looking for not only to finish up the discussion, but what direction we would like Greg to go at this time. I see Ed's hand up, Commissioner Ed.
Yeah, I heard a lot of the comments about property ownership and about parking for residents, and I do think this was the same sticker. I don't think we're talking about 2 stickers. That's one question I have for Greg, but I'm going to continue my comment assuming that it's a single multi-purpose sticker. I understand what people are saying about property owners and they pay taxes. But I don't think that that's what this issue is about. Your taxes cover the running costs of the city. I don't think it entitles you to a resident parking pass. And so as difficult as that will be for some people to hear, I think what we're dealing with here is a resident quality of life issue. And the way that we address that is by restricting the passes to residents, as opposed to saying this is a general property right. I think that's where we're coming down on this, and I'm trying to confirm, Greg, that that's what we're saying.
Yeah, under the discussion that we're having, we talked about earlier, implementing option B, which is the limitations on parking during those hours. The same decal that we would use to enforce that ordinance is the same decal we're talking about right now. It's not a separate decal.
From any of the other commissioners, do you have any comments? Joe McCall?
So just to clarify, Ed had a very good point there. More interested really in second homes and so forth. Obviously, we're a huge snowbird community. We have a lot of second homes in our community. So we're making a distinction between the resident, second homes don't get a resident sticker as far as parking on the street if it's only a second home, not your primary. Or are we making a different distinction for the beach sticker versus option B that we talked about earlier?
It would be the commissioner, it would be the same decal. So whatever the decision you're going to make, we're not going to have one rules for the decal in this situation. It would be the same decal. So what you're deciding here is who gets those? Are those people that should provide proof of an automobile registration, although in the ordinance it doesn't say for our city, it says automobile registration. So is it for the people that produce that, or is it for anybody that owns property? And the only other thing I ask, and I'm not pushing this anyway, I just want to make sure y'all have all the factors in this, is that the broader picture of all property owners in the city, whether they live here full time or not, should be allowed to get decals. The issue with that is, and maybe it's one thing y'all want to talk about, if you go the route of everybody that owns property gets them, then you probably need to have a discussion about limiting those, because if you own property, you can get them, there's no limit on them. So if you've got 4 or 5 cars and you live in Tampa and you come here every other weekend, you can walk in City Hall and get a decal for every car that's tied to your name or tied to your family's name. So that's another twist in this, is that there's no limits. A lot of cities, resident parking decals that I've seen in Florida and around the Gulf of Mexico, a good many of those put limits on the number that you can get. Because think about this for a minute. If you have a family of 5 and you have 2 kids that have cars, and your wife has a car and you have a car that's 4 cars, part of the thinking is, well, why does everybody in your family need a decal on their car? But I just want to bring your attention that if you go the broader interpretation of everybody that owns property, it's probably gonna, once this is clearly written that way, we're probably going to issue more than 2,490. It will probably be substantially more than that.
Commissioner Flagg? Can you unmute?
Yes, I made a request to unmute her.
Okay. I think what we've heard from some of the audience and in thinking it through, I imagine anyone who owns or rents property that have their cars registered in Indian Rocks Beach, and that can prove ownership. I think Joe mentioned a deed. So if someone had a deed or a lease, a long-term lease, they would be entitled to stickers if their cars are registered at that IRB address. And Otherwise, you know, I think David and a few of the people in the audience said, you know, if they own 10 homes in Indian Rocks Beach, they're not going to get stickers for every home that's owned in Indian Rocks Beach. I mean, I think that some of the part-time renters that come here, most of them do not transfer their titles of their cars because it's an expensive thing to do if they're here for 4 months or so. And if they live on the west side, parking on the beach with the decal is really not an issue for them in the CT area because you're on the beach side anyway. And with decals, you know, I'm thinking the residents who need to drive and get a parking space would have that option. I don't know any other way we could do it. I think the 1 year is best. And I think proving ownership with registered cars at that address would have to, I can't imagine any other way to make it work. That's how we've done it in the past.
Thank you, Commissioner Flagg. Commissioner Hannah?
Yeah, I agree. I kind of like the 1 year idea and understand that under Florida law, if you have a lease, they're only good for 1 year, can either be automatically renewed, but they have a 1 year time limit. So that would work on it. One car registered to a house makes some sense. If you do have children in the family, it's an issue, but as Ed pointed out, the beach is, the permit is not an accessory to you living here. It's the beach, and the beach is owned by everybody that pays in Florida, and pays taxes. You know, they're allowed to go to the beach. So I think it's going to require a little more thinking before we make a final decision. But I'm leaning more toward the 1 year distribution. The fact that if you can prove that you live here, have a car registered, in fact, to that address, you at least get one decal at this point. But I'm still toying with what if I do have 2 children and they have cars? So something we need to look at.
Well, the city manager is looking for direction at this time. Ed, would you like to take just to throw it out there, I believe that you want to do a registration for 1 year. Is there anything else that it would be tied to?
Yeah, I think I'm not 100% comfortable with it, but I think that the only way to restrict these stickers is to tie it to the car registration and the cars registered in Indian Rocks Beach. I understand that's not palatable for a lot of people, but these are supposed to be resident stickers. So I'm kind of pushing in that direction. Yeah.
Show of hands from the commissioners or yes or no with that discussion from Ed. Commissioner Hannah? Okay, Commissioner Flagg? Commissioner McCall? Okay, and then of course, Commissioner Hofnagel, you're with it. Okay.
Then are you with it?
Yes. Do you understand the direction that we'll be going on this? Okay, thank you very much. And we are going to move on to our second discussion item. Okay.
There's another piece to this. And this is what was referred to earlier with the lady who was involved in the condo mentioned. In that same section, 2 and 3, there's two different paragraphs that talk about temporary gas parking permit. 2 says the city manager may, upon request, issue temporary gas parking permits to motels, motor lodges, businesses, or residences on the condition that business tax receipts of alcohol are paid. No fee shall be charged for this permit. These temporary gas parking permits may not be used in the spaces designated for residents only, which is what we just talked about, or kind of what we just talked about. The parking permit is supposed to be visible for the rear of the vehicle, and then 3 is another. I never understood why there's 2 separate paragraphs concerning temporary name tags for parking. It says temporary parking permits are available for all other situations requiring parking between the hours of 11 and 6 a.m. A fee will be required. The fee shall be $3 per night for each parking permit. The permit shall not exceed a 3-day maximum. Temporary parking permits may not be used in the spaces designated for residents only. All parking permits must be visible from the rear of the vehicle. So what's happened since 1980 is right after we finish the 2-year cycle where we're issuing new decals, people will come to City Hall and they'll say, I want temporary guest parking permits. Because under number 2, there's no limit for number 1, the number of those I can get, so I was asking for them, or the length of time they're valid. So what I've learned from staff and talking to staff about this is the way this has been implemented for decades is that we literally have over 100 temporary parking passes that are issued to some. I would say the majority of people that get them are on the west side of the boulevard. But what's a little unusual / strange about this is that because it doesn't say in this paragraph that who gets them and who doesn't. So we have people on La Hacienda, Harbor Drive, other places that come and get these hang tags. That way, if they have overflow cars, they can go park the cars at the beach. And what I would suggest that you consider is eliminating number 2, and then having number 3, that if you need a temporary parking permit for whatever your situation is, and if you're the condo owner and you're going to rent to a party that's going to have extra vehicles, then that we retain number 3, and you get a temporary permit that's only good to not exceed 3 days, and we eliminate this other thing. Because I always tell you, and it's just the reality of trying to button this up, is that number 2, the way that's been interpreted, since there's no limit, we have people literally on this list that will come in and get like 8 or 10 of these. And those are the ones also that I see get passed around to people that live across in Largo and Clearwater and other places. So I think the way to clarify this is, like I said, we talked about number 1, eliminate number 2, and then maybe do a little tweak on the wording on number 3 based on whatever the commission wants to do. But number 2 is just a big gaping hole in our rules where there's no limit. I mean, my wife and I live on Bay Boulevard. I could walk in City Hall right now and say I want 8 temporary parking passes. And I also asked staff and said, well, how long are these good for? And they said, well, years ago, we made a determination that those were good for a year. None of that makes any sense to me. So I think the way to do it is if you truly need a temporary parking permit, you come to City Hall, you can get it. You pay the $3 fee, which we're not making money off that, we're losing money. So if anybody wants to go that route with it. And it's not, the way it's written out, it's not to exceed 3 days. So this is the last part of parking, and then we're going to go to golf carts. But this is important to clarify because this has been abused greatly through the years. So I'm looking for input from the commission and the public about these 2 paragraphs.
We'll go to the commission, and I see Commissioner Flagg's hand is up.
Yes, I did have a question. These are not on the residence parking only places. These are used and people hang them on cars. And are those the cars usually like parked all the time in regular parking spaces, like for weeks at a time, that they can hang that temporary thing and just leave a car indefinitely? Is that right?
Because right. One thing, yeah, that's correct. Because one thing that Randy and I will address when we rewrite number 1 is that there'll be some language in there that'll limit the amount of time that somebody can leave clearly worded, where a limited amount of time that people can leave a vehicle parked at the beach. Because that's been an ongoing problem too, where we have to take a piece of chalk and figure out how long one's been there. And so we redo this section C, will clearly bring back to the commission limits on how long the vehicles can be there.
Greg, there's a date on those, isn't there? So if you did 3 days, the code enforcement or police would know if that was parked more than the 3 days using that temporary one, right? So that would exclude all the other cars that park indefinitely because they've come in and got those temporary tags and they're good for a year. So I think that's a good idea.
Any of the other commissioners would like to speak on this? Commissioner Ed?
I don't understand I understand the temporary for a couple days. I don't understand the other one at all. I don't understand why it even exists.
Well, that's why I'm asking that if you don't do anything, get rid of number 2, because it's just been a loophole where people can come in and get massive amounts of hang tags for really no reason.
Commissioner Ed, anything else? Okay, Commissioner Hannah?
I agree. I think they need to be time sensitive, a reasonable period of time that will stop people parking extra vehicles somewhere other than their home, and free up some spots. So the whole goal here is to free up some beach parking and make it more resident driven. So I agree with that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty common sense. They just have to be limited, like Diane said, maybe 3 days at best. It just seems smart to me.
Okay, so am I understanding, oh no, we have to go out to the public? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hang tight, we're gonna go out to the public. Is there anyone in the auditorium at this time who would like to speak on this? Hearing none, or is there anyone on phone that would like to speak? Now?
So far, I don't have anybody. I'm just going to ask one more time.
Okay.
What is that?
No, ma'am, I don't have any participants.
Any follow-up from staff? Okay. All right, so what I'm hearing is to eliminate number 2 and to retain number 3, and we'll have staff tweak number 3. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, looks like everybody is, that's a 5-0. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move on now to this discussion of the golf carts. And this one is Randy Mora will be introducing the golf cart issue to us. Randy?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much for the floor, Mayor. Just want to confirm you can hear me just fine before I continue.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Before I begin my comments, much as I've done in the past when we talk about short-term rentals and other issues, I want to define what this conversation is and the conversation is not. Staff has not presented this issue, and we are not discussing or proposing banning golf carts in the city of Indian Rocks Beach. That's not the nature, tone, or recommendation of this. What we are discussing is trying to reconcile the city's ordinances with the Florida statutes and interpretation of those statutes as it relates to golf carts and various vehicles. It's my understanding in the agenda materials, you have a memorandum I wrote for the city manager in late March of this year, and that began a dialogue on this issue and gave some of the basis for both from statute and from Attorney General opinions and the like as to what is what. So that I think first defines what we are and are not talking about. And the other element is, there's that famous quote, before we debate, let's define our terms. Terms here are going to be critical. There is a common understanding of what a golf cart is, and then there's what the law calls a golf cart. And those are not always the same thing. And so in Florida, there are different classifications of vehicles. They are golf carts and low-speed vehicles. And more recently, I've heard comment or seen reports concerning ATVs or all-terrain vehicles. In the memorandum I provided, my office also addressed micro-mobility devices or scooters, basically motorized scooters. It's been a very issue of the day in a lot of municipalities, so I thought it best to make sure that was included, though that wasn't necessarily core to the conversation. Getting back to the four-wheel vehicles, or rather, getting back to the kinds of vehicles that have been raised, I want to first say what's the difference between these vehicles. A golf cart is a motorized four-wheeled vehicle with a maximum speed of 20 miles per hour, and it's allowed to travel on certain roads, and those certain roads are determined by the City of Indian Rocks Beach, that have a posted speed limit of 30 miles per hour or less. In the City of Indian Rocks Beach, section 6240 of your code enumerates them, and as it relates to Gulf Boulevard, it says only that they may operate at the intersections of specified streets on Gulf Boulevard. And that's how golf carts work, and or what defines the golf cart. The next category of vehicle is a low-speed vehicle, or an LSV. A low-speed vehicle is a motorized four-wheeled vehicle with a maximum speed of 25 miles per hour. The difference is the maximum speed of the vehicle. They can look very, very similar, and often do. LSVs can only operate on streets with a posted speed limit of 35 miles per hour or less. I don't think that's particularly relevant for Indian Rocks Beach, that distinction. And again, the city does have the ability to regulate which roads or prohibit them on certain roads, much as it has done with golf carts. An all-terrain vehicle is any motorized off-highway or all-terrain vehicle 55 inches or less in width, which has a dry weight of 1,500 pounds or less, and is designed to travel on 3 or more non-highway tires and may only be operated on unpaved roadways with a posted speed limit of 35 miles per hour or less during daylight hours. So those are the differences between the three vehicles, and I'm going to walk through what I understand to be the core concern. So first, what is the difference? What is the minimum age of these? Is a driver's license required? Can they operate on sidewalks? And how do they operate relative to Gulf Boulevard? And so first, addressing the differences. It's important that we speak from that same set of sheet music. And so that definition is challenging as we start to talk about a regulation, because the core difference between a golf cart and a low-speed vehicle is the maximum speed of the vehicle, which is not something you can inherently see just looking at it. And though they may resemble, and a golf cart aftermarket can be modified to become a low-speed vehicle. And so it really muddies the waters in that regard. This is important because one of the main issues that we've heard a lot in public comment is operation by minors of vehicles of these various categories within the City of Indian Rocks Beach. After looking at Attorney General opinions and the statutes and the like, irrespective of what the city's ordinances may presently state, a golf cart can legally be operated by somebody 14 years of age or older. Full stop. The law allows a 14-year-old or older to operate a golf cart, and that would apply on any of the streets where a golf cart can permissibly operate. A low-speed vehicle can be operated by somebody who is at least 16 years old and must have a driver's license. As it relates to a golf cart, a city cannot require somebody to have a driver's license to operate a golf cart. In speaking with the sheriff about this, it also, just in terms of the broadened understanding of this, somebody who does not have a driver's license, perhaps because of a history of DUIs, can operate a golf cart, because you don't need a valid driver's license to operate a golf cart. And so that's that kind of distinction, not just age, but the license. So a golf cart, you can be 14 years old, no license required. A low-speed vehicle must be at least 16 years old, because it requires a driver's license. As it relates to all-terrain vehicles, there is no minimum age, but operators under the age of 16 have to be supervised by an adult and have proof of completing a safety course done by the Department of Agriculture, and must wear a United States Department of Transportation approved safety helmet with eye protection. So ATVs, as we commonly, I'm not familiar with the particulars of all the tangible personal property owned by the property owners in IRB, but I suspect that when we've referenced ATVs, it may not be the ones that you famously see in country music videos going through mud in the backwoods. Maybe it is, I don't know. But that's more the general conception as the Florida statutes treat those things. As far as which vehicles may drive on sidewalks, a golf cart can operate on a sidewalk if it's adjacent to a state highway. It can operate if they yield to pedestrians and the sidewalk is 5 feet. If it's adjacent to a municipal or county road, it may operate on sidewalks if, only if it's allowed by municipal ordinance, the sidewalks are 8 feet wide and the maximum speed of the golf cart is 15 miles per hour. So now we've taken it from that 20 to 15 in order for it to be on a sidewalk, and that sidewalk must be of a certain dimension and specifically permitted by the city. Presently, the city of Indian Rocks Beach does not explicitly provide for operation on sidewalks. LSVs or low-speed vehicles may only operate on streets, and excuse me, ATVs, because they cannot be on paved roadways, could not be on sidewalks either. As far as which vehicles can cross Gulf Boulevard, the only one that would not be able to is ATVs, because it cannot operate on it cannot be on a paved surface. So as it relates to your ordinance 6240 allows a golf cart to operate by crossing Gulf Boulevard. In either case, and your code is presently, as I note in the memo, absolutely silent on the regulation of low-speed vehicles. Were we to codify this, it would be my strong recommendation that we adopt and make the city's ordinance consistent with the Florida statute distinctions that exist between those two categories of documents, or vehicles rather. I know that's kind of a lot of information all at once. So before I continue on it all, I want to see if that makes sense. Or are there any from the commission? Are there any questions, comments, concerns based just on what I've said thus far? Ed?
Are you, and how do we differentiate between, I understand the codification difference. Are we leaving the identification of whether it's a golf cart or a low-speed vehicle up to the enforcing officer?
Typically, and I really appreciate the question, Commissioner. I was talking with one of my colleagues today about the ease with which we can regulate this in an ordinance and the difficulty for the deputies or code enforcement specialists on the street in terms of determining that. One thing that does set low-speed vehicles apart that may make this a little easier is they do require a driver's license, they do require a seat belt, a license plate, and one other, I think it's insurance. But they are not vehicle, and I may be misstating the insurance, I'm trying to remember as I get all this data together, but I say all of that to say those trappings could be indicia of whether or not something is an LSV or golf cart. But yeah, the challenge will be if we're going to ultimately cite somebody for violating whatever ordinance this community puts together, that violation will have to be proven in court. And one of the base elements will be prove that they were on a golf cart and violating the golf cart ordinance, or prove that they were on an LSV. And so, you know, there's going to have to be, if not direct evidence, like I pulled the model number and the specs versus, you know, they represented to me that they can get the thing up to 40. You know, they took the governor off or some, I don't know, but there's going to have to be factual elements established to prove up that this is the appropriate ordinance. And I don't in any way envy the position that puts enforcement in, but I did not create the statutory scheme either. And so it does create this sort of absurdity or difficulty in making these distinctions.
Hold on one second, Reed.
Greg wants to. I was gonna put Captain Liner on the spot. Y'all, you know, these are existing laws. Can you maybe help the commission on how these things are, how you would go about enforcing these different classifications of vehicles?
Yeah, you can see though, we see the challenges with, I know we're gonna get a lot of time on this, and he's a lot better versed in the legal aspects of things than I. But what it comes down to is trying to push down to the deputies what we're looking for. Realistically, more likely than not, we're gonna treat it like a golf cart. Unless it has a tag. The tag is clearly a low-speed vehicle. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So then the question is, okay, you got a tag, you're a low-speed vehicle, you're 16 or you need a license. That's easy. Now you're on a golf cart, 14, don't need a license. Okay. Now, where do we differentiate golf cart into a low-speed vehicle? The only way I see really doing that is if on the circumstances, you got somebody trolling down the street and they're going, what is it, 20, greater than 20 miles an hour, or they're going 25. Then you start going like, okay, well, that's aftermarket, or that's clearly low speed because you're going faster than the law allows. It makes you go speed. that's very, if not impossible for the deputies to determine. I mean, other than if you're running laser or radar out here and you get a golf cart. So I would think on our side of it, realistically, probably something that looks like a golf cart, acts like a golf cart, is going to be treated like a golf cart, unless we improve otherwise, quite frankly. So it really these golf carts would be 14 or older, without a license.
Yeah, one thing, and I'll step down for a second. If Randy covered that, I apologize, but I know I'm going to ask this, and I think it's important to clarify. Under the, I guess it's for Randy and for Captain Liner, under the terms of this 14-year-old law that we're talking about right now, would a 14-year-old be allowed to, they can drive on our city streets, would they be allowed to drive a golf cart at that age down Gulf Boulevard?
I'll field that one. The operation of a golf cart in the city of Indian Rocks Beach exists in part by virtue of the statute, but more importantly, by extension of your ordinance, which enumerates the roadways that a golf cart can operate on. Your ordinance, that's section 6240, limits the operation on Gulf Boulevard to the intersections of, and it has various streets underneath it. And so in no case is a golf cart, should a golf cart be going down Gulf Boulevard, irrespective of the age of the driver. So whether or not they're 14 or 41, no one should be driving a golf cart down Gulf Boulevard. And in fact, one of the cases, and I believe it's cited in the memorandum from the 11th Circuit, which is the highest level of appellate courts in this region, specifically held that a low speed vehicle was not a vehicle for purposes of somebody's general insurance policy. And so if they had a general insurance policy on their vehicles, it did not extend to the LSV, because LSVs should not be operating on all roadways. And so, there's not, just because you operate a golf cart or an LSV, based on how we regulate those things, there's not an absolute entitlement to operating them, as long as we ground that restriction in public health and safety. And I don't think it's a very difficult case to make about the safety issues presented by people operating golf carts or low speed vehicles down Gulf Boulevard. We have enough challenge with the, how we balance the interests of pedestrians, cyclists, and actual vehicles. Adding that to the mire would only make things worse.
Okay, is there any other commissioner at this time who would like to speak on the golf carts? Hearing none, then we'll go out to the public that is in the audience first. Is there anyone in the audience in the auditorium who would like to speak on golf carts? Please come forward at this time.
Hello, Todd Plumley again, 469 Howard Drive North. I think Randy's right. There really is a distinction. You can't drive north or south in a golf cart if you want on a state road like Gulf Boulevard or whatever. You can, if you have a license plate, you can. As soon as you get a license plate, I'm not sure then, and that's a question for Randy, there's a definition, then turn it into a low-speed vehicle. A low-speed vehicle itself is basically, in all intents and purposes, provided that the speed limit is 35 or under, it's a car. It's a car, right? So I drive one. There's only two on the island, so I don't take a lot of time for these two, but there might be more later. But it's a car. Now I can't drive it over the bridge, but on a 35 or below road, it's basically a car. It's registered as a car, and it can be pulled over as such and so on. So I think as soon as they get a license plate, then they can't be 14 anymore. As soon as they get a license plate and they can drive on the main road, then it's a low-speed vehicle. I think it almost works out perfectly in regards to that. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Todd. Is there anyone else in the audience of this auditorium who'd like to speak at this time? If not, I'm going to go to Matt. Are there any calls?
Madam Mayor, I have one person who'd like to speak and one public comment. Patty Sullivan asked, this is a question for the captain, how do you differentiate between someone who's 14 and someone who's 13 if they don't have an ID?
That's a good question. Realistically, you're going to have to reach out to the parents or something. So it's like an interchange would get. it's another inherent problem too. You have to watch, you almost have a secondary reasons or primary reason to stop. I don't think we can stop somebody based on our visual estimate that they're not 14 years old. I mean, you take that with a grain of salt as well. If it's a 4-year-old, it's different than a 13-year-old.
So for the benefit of the audience who were able to hear the captain, he stated that that was a good question that we'd have to reach out to the parents to verify. And that pretty much sums it up. I have 2 public speakers. I have first, I'd like to recognize Elizabeth Flynn. Ms. Flynn, would you please unmute yourself?
Hi, Elizabeth Flynn, 914 Harbor House Drive. I'm blessed to be right on Gulf Boulevard overlooking the entrance between 9th and Gulf. Thank you, Randy, for clarifying what our ordinance currently states. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that we're actually enforcing our current ordinance. Point of clarification regarding what a golf cart needs to be in regards to being valid to be driven based on state law. I believe there are specific safety apparatuses, mirrors, and other things required in order to be considered a state allowed golf cart. The other issues that we have with golf carts are people who drive them up to and onto the beach, people who park at entrances that aren't authorized to park. Again, I'm at the 9th Avenue Beach entrance, so you can see that frequently. I don't believe our sidewalks are 8 feet, but I'm not sure about that. So when we see people driving from 9th over to 10th, because we're right next to the dog park, there's between the bicycles who are driving on the sidewalk and the golf carts who are driving on the sidewalk. It's very hard as a pedestrian to walk on the sidewalk. Not sure if there's a limit on the number of people that are allowed on a golf cart. We've seen up to 8 to 10 people on one golf cart driving down the beach, driving down Gulf Boulevard. In addition, we do see quite a few golf carts and they don't have license plates who are driving down Gulf Boulevard, so they're not cutting over between 9th and 10th. And is there any time limit or time restriction on when a golf cart is allowed to be driven on a road, especially if they don't have lights? Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. I'm gonna let Captain Minor.
The restrictions on the time, it's like daytime, can't drive them. And then if you want to drive them at night, there's all other benefits for rainy on where you have that lights and windshield wipers and all kinds of other things. I don't know if that applies to the golf cart particularly if that thing makes it considerable speed vehicle. Defer on.
If I can, since it was brought up the times when the last speaker brought it up, I was conferred with Dean, our public services director. All the sidewalks north of Walsingham are 5 feet. So under the guidelines that Randy and Captain Liner discussed, then legally nobody can drive on the sidewalk north of that intersection. There are south of you have to look this in a town, you got to get there. But south of the intersection, there are some wider sidewalks in the business district, but everything north of Walsingham would not meet the criteria for you to legally drive on the sidewalk.
Everything I've told obviously is that these are. We all know you can't drive on Gulf Boulevard. They're not authorized on Gulf Boulevard. The city hasn't approved them to go on the sidewalks, so you can't go on the sidewalks. So what people do is they're driving down the side streets and then they're like, I need to be 1 block north of here. They either go down the sidewalk, which you can't do, or they'll try and get into a lane of traffic and get out, which you can't do, or they'll get across that into the suicide lane and drive. So part of it's education in the sense that if you're going to cross Gulf Boulevard, all you can do is cross it. You need to set yourself up east of Gulf Boulevard so you're crossing where you want to. If you can't cross and go up the sidewalk, you can't go up the sidewalk and cross. You got to find what street you want to cross in the neighborhood and then shoot across and you're good. And it often, I've seen it. I've seen juveniles driving. I've seen people going down the sidewalks. I've stopped people. So I get it happens. The problem with it is everybody has concerns. You all live here, so you see it more than we do. We have to observe is what it comes down to. So if there's a particular person or a group or a residence or something that
is like repeatedly violating, let us know, and we can actually go make contact. I'm not looking to write tickets and stuff off the bat, but we can go out to the house and say, you know, hey, this is it, this is how you have to do it, and we'll help educate them. And then realistically, all we want is compliance. So if they abide by it and they comply by it, then everybody's good. If they don't, then they can get a ticket and, hey, what else do you want? We actually came to your house to say, this isn't, you know, you can't do this. But we have to see it. I think where most of this comes from. We all see a lot. So if it's repeated calls or if it's ongoing calls, or if they're going over and get ready to come back, you can call us, it gives us time to get there so we can see when they're coming back.
You know, the last client, I mean, the last resident mentioned Ninth that there are some beach accesses that don't allow golf carts. Is that correct? Is that correct?
I didn't hear.
On Ninth, Ms. Flynn was mentioning that some of them are going over to Ninth, the golf carts.
That's probably more of an enforcement question that happens.
And isn't that where they have the pylon thing?
Yeah, the new pedestrian, only for the residents.
Yeah, so I mean, realistically, you got a sign that you clearly can be back there, but that would be just like they're driving down the sidewalk, we need to be there. So from that, obviously, that sounds like a recurring thing, I think we got the email.
Yeah.
So the email I recently I sent out.
Mayor, yeah, just I wanted, and sorry, it sounded like Captain Liner was, I don't mean to interrupt if you're still on the topic. But addressing a few points raised by some of the speakers in the public, I want to emphasize and clarify that golf carts do not require license plates. Golf carts cannot require driver's licenses, despite what is presently in the code. I know sometimes people say, but it's in the code. Sometimes the code just doesn't have what it should, or has more than it should, and this is one of those instances. Also, they do not require, golf carts do not require and cannot require seatbelts, but a low-speed vehicle, or LSV, does require the contemplated safety equipment, including headlamps. And so that's again, the distinction in the nature of the vehicle. As to the permitted streets, Mayor, the way your code reads, rather than having a complete map, it says the designated areas encompassed by the authorization, this authorization, and this refers to the golf cart operation, are the municipal streets of the city and the following Gulf Boulevard intersections. And it says 8th, 12th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th. Between 8th and 12th, it skips a few, and between 12th and 15th, it skips a few, and then it runs successive. So all the way through 27th. And so those are those intersections referenced. 9th is not one of them, based on, I think that was more specifically what you were referring to. And so, you know, as we look at this from a codification standpoint, we can do that. As to the resident who raised the points about low-speed vehicles, they are motorized four-wheeled vehicles with that maximum speed of 25 and can operate on roads of 35 miles per hour or less. However, the town, or rather the city, does not presently regulate low-speed vehicles at all. Were it to regulate them, it may desire to do so in the same manner as golf carts, and it is within the city's purview based on health, safety, and welfare recommendations, whether or not those vehicles would be permitted to operate up and down Gulf Boulevard. That is not an absolute entitlement. If the city sought to prohibit that, it does have, and I'm not saying you should or should not, I'm just saying that you have the authority to regulate that, and that is, of course, a policy decision that the 5 of the commissioners would make. You know, obviously golf carts need brakes and rear view mirrors and general reflectors. But you know, the distinctions between those vehicles, again, just remain. And so I don't really have anything else substantive to add beyond that, but I wanted to make sure to address those points.
Thank you, Randy. Are there any other callers, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to recognize Kelly Cicerek, please.
Okay. Hi, Kelly.
Good afternoon again. This is Kelly Cicerek from 448 Harbor Drive South. You know, the golf cart genie, unfortunately, has been out of the bottle for a number of years in Indian Rocks Beach. I think we would have benefited tremendously if in the beginning we would have permitted LSVs, low speed vehicles, and prohibited golf carts. The state law has some desirable things with LSVs in that they require registration and liability insurance. They require seatbelts and safety equipment, and they're not allowed on the sidewalks. And they also require licensed drivers, and that in turn requires people to be at least age 16. The majority of the golf carts in town could be converted to LSVs. And if the city was willing to make that change going forward, you know, you would need a time period for people to convert, but LSVs are definitely more consistent with a city that has Gulf Boulevard as its main thoroughfare. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone else?
Here's my. So your code does allow golf carts to operate at night. Looking through this. Answer the lady's question, I apologize, I can't remember the name. Beth, so you can't operate them in any Orange Beach, on the roadways, or crossing Gulf Boulevard. But when you do it at night, they have to have headlights, a brake, headlight, brake lights, turn signal, and a windshield. So I missed the brake light and turn signal. At least I remember the headlights and the windshield. I just want to clear.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we did have one more. I apologize. We have Carla Stahl.
Okay. Hi, Carla.
Carla Stahl, would you like to go ahead and unmute yourself? Apologies, I'm not getting a response, but I did get a request from the public to repeat what Captain Liner said. I apologize, Captain, nobody's able to hear you. Could you repeat the requirements you said for golf carts?
For the nighttime?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So to clarify, okay, so Indian Rocks ordinance allows them to be operated at night.
Okay.
And then they're allowed to be operated so long as they have headlights, brake lights, turn signals, and a windshield.
Headlights, brake lights, turn lights, and a windshield to operate the golf carts at night. Thank you.
Randy, just one question. So the Florida statute states that you have to be 14 years old to drive a golf cart. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, that is accurate.
So
Well, you have to be at least 14 years old.
I spoke to Representative Biseglia about this issue the other day and told him that we've been having problems with children that we feel are maybe underage. I guess my question is, if there was an opportunity that they could change the age, that would also change things for us. Is that correct?
I mean, yes, Mayor, anytime Tallahassee changes state statutes, that changes it to all. You know, there's always a concern. Tallahassee doesn't usually take a very fine, you know, surgeon's blade to things. It usually cuts things up and we find ourselves losing other things in the process. But I would say that, yes, if the statute changed, of course, that would change the analysis.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the commission now. Greg, do you have any follow-up? Okay, I'm going to go to the commission now for your comments and look for direction for the staff. Who would like to speak first? Somebody. Okay, Bill.
Golf carts have been near and dear to my heart for ever since I joined the commission. You were expecting that, I know. The biggest concern that I have, I understand the 14-year-old thing. I'm concerned about overcrowding in the golf cart, the capacity wise. And the one story that I think I may have spoken to Captain Lerner about earlier was what they was called a mini ATV. A little girl, probably 8 to 10 years old, was on it, driving down the road, having a good time, no helmet, hit a mailbox, destroyed the mailbox. Luckily, she was not hurt. Obviously, the parents were the ones who were responsible for what happened in this case. There was a lesson there, in my view. What if she would have lost control to the left instead of to the right? What if another car was coming and hit her? We would have had a whole different scenario right now. So I'm concerned about that, the age issue, and maybe our deputies keeping their eyes open. More importantly, with a lot of our short-term rentals offering golf carts as an incentive to come and lease with them, do we have any requirements, or would it be advisable to have some kind of a requirement that outlines what our regulations and requirements are for golf carts in our town? Because these people come here, it's a golf cart. They're going to go have a good time. They're on vacation. But possibly if that could be required to be posted in the unit, it might help. And I think that a lot of the people that I'm seeing are driving golf carts that they're just visiting. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember, if I may, I want to address a few things. One, I just, as we talk about this and code enforcement issues generally, it's always important to remember that whether knowingly or unknowingly, laws will be broken. And I think it's important to say that, because regardless of what we pass, people will, younger children will ride, people will go down places they're not supposed to, and we can't stop it from happening, but we can provide a recourse when it does. And that's, of course, what we're working towards here. Again, I want to emphasize for golf carts, we cannot require additional safety equipment beyond that which the statute contemplates. So we can't require a seatbelt or a helmet or anything like that. And that's been opined on by the Attorney General in interpreting the statute to state that the city cannot establish restrictions that are more restrictive than what they've put in place. And so that's that issue. And I, just because I'm also monitoring the chat, to the extent there's comments again about golf carts and sidewalks, I want to reemphasize that the city's ordinance does not allow for operation on any sidewalk of a golf cart, full stop, not presently. And thus far, the discussion hasn't suggested that that's what people desire to see. And so, again, as Captain Liner aptly noted, and I know not everyone can hear all of his comments, but as he aptly noted, where it does talk about beach accesses, people have made a habit of cutting down sidewalks or trying to make it down one block of Gulf Boulevard. In both cases, that's not permissible. Whether or not something's permissible doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And again, that's the challenge. And so, I would just want to make sure we are mindful of that in anything we draft as it relates to code enforcement.
Do any of the commissioners have any other comments? Joe?
You're still muted.
Basically, I was wondering, would it be any violation to have those folks that don't have a low-speed vehicle to at least have them register with the city so we know who owns those carts? If it is a vacation rental or something like that, maybe it can help the sheriff track back where the issue's coming from. As he spoke about education, maybe we can educate the owner that he needs to educate his rental clients. So just wondering about that. And secondly, in full disclosure, I am a golf cart / low-speed vehicle owner. I've had it for a year. That allowed me to get rid of 2 automobiles. So I just use that to travel around town. I personally have not had any safety issues traveling north and south up and down Gulf Boulevard. We do have a tag. We do carry insurance as required. And just as a comment, it takes about $1,100 to convert or apply for any type of low-speed vehicle to be converted or at least licensed and regulated by the state or the DMV, is my understanding.
Thank you, Joe. Greg?
Yeah, I'll address the registration of golf carts. It would serve absolutely no purpose to do if a sheriff deputy has an issue with a driver at any age of the golf cart, they'll pull them over and ascertain who they are. But it would serve no purpose to add another layer of bureaucracy to City Hall to require people to do this, just like we used to require people to, they had to register with the city to use the dog park. There's absolutely no reason to allow people to require people to register dog parks at City Hall.
Officer Lyon, just a question on the overcrowding in the vehicle, the golf cart. I mean, basically, when you see a vehicle with over, I'm going to say 4 people, would you be inclined, or would the sheriff be inclined to stop them? How does that work?
I don't know anything specifically in there that says you have to have seats for people, other than the overall general safety. Like with bicycles, it's just how ironic these things are. With bicycles, it says you can only have so many people on bikes, 8 seats. I don't know if that's written in golf carts. I haven't seen that. So we would probably defer to the overall general safety. So if there's 12 people hanging out of 2 seats, that's a safety concern. So that would be it. That's how we would address it.
Does anyone else on the commission have any comments to make? Commissioner Ed.
Yeah, I think as long as we permit golf carts, we're going to have these issues. I don't see any solution to it. If we allow golf carts, we'll have 13 and 14-year-olds driving up and down the neighborhood streets and occasionally crossing Golf Boulevard and sometimes doing something stupid. If we, as a city, support golf carts, that's fine. We should just have one line in the code, even if it's redundant, just to say that the liability for injuries arising from the golf cart are the responsibility of the owner of the golf cart. Let the trial lawyers have a good time with it if someone gets hurt. I mean, I'm not sure that we can solve the world's problems here. If we're letting golf carts, we're going to get some of this nonsense.
Maybe help summarize this. So really, what, after hearing all the comments, you're looking for, in this particular case, the city attorney's taking the lead on it, for the city attorney to draft an amendment to our city code that brings our current golf cart regulations into compliance with what the state law is.
Is everybody in agreement with that? All of the commission? Are you okay with that? Okay, thank you, and we will move on.
Yes.
To the next.
Just one
Yes.
Point. We have 3 other items on the agenda. I'll be quite frankly, I believe these will go pretty quickly, but out of respect for our video team and others in the room, is there
Take a 5-minute break.
Take a 5-minute break. We'll let people.
We'll take a 5-minute break. That's okay with everybody?
Yes.
Great. No, I got it.
And you can send me, I mean, check the mark out.
No problem.
Thank you, Captain Liner. How do you spell your last name?
L-E-I. N-E-R. The silent E.
Why did I spell it wrong?
It's funny, I was looking at it, that looks like a little TV.
I spelled your name wrong. Spelled it L-E-I. Sorry.
No problem.
The ones that suit what they're called.
Yeah.
Greg, were you waiting on me by chance?
We haven't resumed yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I see Joe, I see Diane, I see Phil, having some popcorn. They're good, they're all good.
I could use some popcorn. Me too.
We are unmuted.
Hey, Dan, we're going.
We're back from our intermission. We're going to start with discussion item number 3, which is items left on the beach. And with that, I'm going to give it to Greg to do an introduction.
Yeah, these last 3 items that we have, I think this will go pretty quickly. We have a couple different code sections that talks about items that are left on the beach, and specifically, or unfortunately, it carves out tents, canopies, and volleyball nets. It doesn't cover really anything else. For example, we're having a growing problem with people that have property along the beach that are putting permanent chairs down on the beach. And that creates problems for our public services staff because they pick up garbage down there, they run the mechanical rating and clean. And really simply what I'm asking the commission to consider is, I sent you a couple of ordinances, one from Indian Shores and one from town that I know real well, Good Shores, Alabama. And I'll tell you, if you authorize the city attorney to draft a new ordinance, it clearly that would clearly say if you bring something to the beach, you take it with you. If you don't take it with you after a certain time at night, et cetera, we'll pick it up for you. But it's kind of the same thing as parking. We just have this growing problem with items left that are abandoned on the beach. And unfortunately, the way our ordinance is written, it's carved out too much. So we really want to adopt an ordinance that is really, a lot of cities that have adopted ordinances in different formats is really a leave no trace. One of the things we talked about earlier is 3 or 4 years ago, we put the little decorative signs up on the beach that says leave no trace. So we would tie this new ordinance, if y'all would allow us to do it, into the same thing. So what I'm asking for is to amend or probably eliminate section 7465 and section 26131. And we would draft a simple ordinance, as simple as we can do it. That basically would say that if you bring it, you take it with you, and if you don't take it with you, we dispose of it. So that's the gist of the problem when I asked for comments from the commission and comments from the public about this topic.
Mayor, oh, sorry. Mayor, oh, go ahead.
What were the two you wanted to eliminate, just so that I have them written down?
Oh, no, it's not eliminating anything. It's just a new ordinance that would basically say anything that you bring to the beach,
Okay.
you have to take it with you.
Okay, perfect. Randy, would you like to say something?
Several things. So the manager is accurately captured. There's other beach communities and other communities in the state that have these sort of ordinances. As you may notice if you've reviewed the materials or in the example I believe Greg gave was of Indian Shores, in those ordinances there's typically reference to Florida statute section 705, section 101, etc., about lost or abandoned property, and it talks about how lost and abandoned property should be treated. The challenge presented is, property of course is something that is great value is placed on in the American legal system. And so one, it does deputize and approve county and municipal code enforcement officers to enforce lost or abandoned property issues, but you cannot, and it specifies that you can't just take somebody's stuff just because you know it to be abandoned or lost. But as it relates to the city, it presents a series of notice provisions and advertisements and deadlines for providing notice. And that includes putting something that is 8 inches by 10 inches, stating notice to the owner, this property is unlawfully upon public property and must be removed within 5 days. Otherwise it will be removed and disposed of. And then, and then thereafter there's this 90-day window. And so it can get involved. I'm not saying that means we should not move in this direction. But my recommendation is, as we do move in this direction, that we consider saying that it shall be a violation of, code of the city of Indian Rocks Beach to leave said property overnight. It may be subject to seizure pursuant to Florida statutes and also potentially fine. And then that way that allows the recourse of finding somebody while the notice provisions of allowing somebody to secure their property plays out, because abandoned property, for example, is defined as all tangible personal property that does not have an identifiable owner and that has been disposed on public property in a wrecked, inoperative, or partially dismantled condition. So if you can identify its owner or it's not totally demolished, let's say the Mims household, just to use a very kind resident who we know wouldn't do this, if the Mims household got engraved benches and left them on the beach, that these are our benches, well, that's an identifiable owner. So then it becomes lost property, and lost property has all of these notice provisions. And the presumption is that you will get it back to its identifiable owner. You won't just throw away something that still may have value to the rightful owner. And so that does complicate the analysis, but I still stand by the recommendation that staff is making at this point, that if you are going to make it does not make sense to pick and choose like 4 random items that cannot be left overnight. I think the presumption should still be under the city's code that it is a violation to have anything left overnight, understanding that the city may have obligations as to how it preserves, treats, and returns any of that property in the event it does ultimately seize it.
So Randy, if there isn't anything on the chairs or whatever is left on the beach that is identifiable as far as names, then it is okay to remove those. That doesn't seem to be a problem.
No, it's just honestly, Mayor, in either case, it changes whether it's lost or abandoned, and that changes a little bit of what you do with it, but you still, in either case, cannot simply just throw it out. For abandoned property, whenever a law enforcement officer finds an article of lost or abandoned property on public property, sorry, I'm getting to the provision. There's one for if it's too big to move. There's a separate one. In that case, it shall take custody, and the agency shall retain custody of the property for 90 days and then publish notice of the intended disposition of the property. So really from just the common language portion of this, either way we take it, it just kind of changes what the different notice provisions are and how quickly and how soon certain things can be done, and what that notice looks like.
Thank you, Randy. Do any of the commissioners at this time have any comments for either Greg or Randy? Ed?
I think I have some questions. There are certain benches up and down the beach that have been there for many years. That they are there are signs on them that say they pertain to a certain motel or some are for Kooky Coconut. Am I understanding that we're going to outlaw those? That's one question I have. And then the second is a question for Randy. Our bigger issue is that people come on July 2nd, they put up a tent and they intend to keep it in that spot for the entire weekend, which is against our code. I'm hoping that we can remove that tent, take it to our lost and found. If that doesn't exist, we'll make it exist, and put a little note, that says there's a lost and found back behind City Hall. It's open from 12 to 12:15 p.m. on Saturday. You can come during those 15 minutes and get your abandoned or lost property. I'm exaggerating because I think that a lot of people flagrantly violate the rules, and we don't have to make it convenient for them to come and get the stuff that they recklessly leave on the beach.
Let me address a couple of things that I need to put on the record that complicates this. Number one, during turtle season, we're not allowed to go on the beach to do anything until the turtle patrol contacts the city and says we're finished. And the reason why I want you to know that is it creates problems trying to determine when something was put out there. Because if we can only get out there by about 9 o'clock, then by the time I can get somebody down there after the turtle patrol goes by, then somebody can then claim, well, this has only been here for an hour. The other thing that you asked was, yeah, my request to the commission is that the items that over the years have been placed on the beach that are permanent need to come off because they present problems with cleaning the beach and doing the things that we do there. And another practical thing I would bring up, since Randy used me as an example, I use myself as an example. I live on Bay Boulevard, so if that's not changed, there's nothing legally that says that my wife and I can take 2 wood chairs and permanently leave those down the beach. So that's the reason why as difficult as it is, and we have to store things and tag things, and the state code talks about 90 days and this and that, which thank you, state legislature, for really putting that on us too. But it's a difficult issue, and even when you adopt clarifications, we're still going to have issues with the turtle patrol. We're still going to have the issues with it, even if we can take it off the beach and it meets the criteria that Randy's talked about. Then we have to find a place to store it. And then somebody comes to City Hall, and how do they prove it's theirs? And then we have a stockpile of tents and chairs and things. And I just want to go on the record that if even after we clean this up and you adopt it, if somebody's thinking that we can magically go down early in the morning or magically go down at 11 o'clock at night and pick it up, this is very complicated. I'm just trying to straighten out the code where for some reason we carved out tents, canopies, and volleyball nets, but everything else is not covered. So that's really what I was after.
And commissioners, I do want to clarify. I know I kind of spoke quickly and vaguely referenced a series of statutory provisions. There's two different procedures for law, whether or not something is abandoned or lost, regardless of whether it's abandoned or lost, I should say. If a law enforcement officer or code enforcement officer finds that it's present on public property when it shouldn't be and it can easily be removed, the officer can take that into custody and make a reasonable attempt to identify its owner, based on other things in the statute and how that should be done. There's a whole separate, the whole thing about a sign for 5 days is when it's something that can't be moved easily. Remember, the statute isn't limited to the beach. So this applies to can apply to derelict vessels, vehicles on the highway, these sorts of other things. And this captures everything in the statute. And so, when you're talking about tents and beach chairs, yes, they can be removed on whatever interval, overnight, overnight, every night, subject to all the restrictions Greg just mentioned, and the administrative issues that may come with that. Of course, once you take custody of somebody's belongings, you may be a bailee under the law, which means you're just kind of responsible for taking care of it and not letting it completely fall into disrepair and damage. The other issue we're going to see on the beaches, to more narrowly address Commissioner Hoofnagel's first question, that question, I'm not going to give it an absolute answer except to state that how this gets implemented and enforced is obviously an administrative and an enforcement decision that will run up against I'm sure, at times the more controversial elements of beach property ownership that have been in the news, et cetera, over the last few years about where does my house end and the public beach begin. And of course, not everybody agrees on those things and what that looks like. And so that could present that issue, most especially for the coastal owners, if they, depending on what their opinion of what the public beach is and how that aligns. However, in a broader sense, I think the concern is more to the point of the example of, especially the residents who live east of Gulf Boulevard, just sort of laying claim, or as you aptly noted, Commissioner Hoofnagel, people kind of claiming right before a holiday weekend, this is going to be my spot. I'm saving it like it's first grade or high school lunchroom. So that would be the added insight I think I'd offer in response to the two questions you posited.
Commissioner Ed, did you have any other comments at this time? Commissioner McCall, would you like to speak?
No comment at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Flagg?
Well, I think we do need to clean up our ordinance. I walk the beach frequently, and trash pickup for our guys is not easy. More and more tents and chairs are left on, so they're having to try and circumvent things that are left sometimes a week. I see the same tents out in front of places, and they have to do that and circle back to try and pick up garbage because we don't want complaints about garbage being left on the beach. And just a few weeks ago, we tried to clean up, and there was a city employee using our equipment to clean up the beach and the seaweed. Literally had to move several tents and chairs just to be able to clean our beaches. So obviously something's lacking here. Back, I don't remember when, we would have code enforcement go out, they'd put tags on a tent one day or one evening or one morning. If it wasn't gone the next and that tag was there, they would take it away. Now I understand state law says we have to hold it for 90 days, which is really a pain for the city to have to do, but somehow we have to get a handle on it because things are staying up for long periods of time. And even if a bad storm comes, you know, a lot of those things can go flying into somebody's house, and it's just not something that we can leave unattended. So I don't know exactly how code enforcement is going to handle that, especially with turtle season, but we've got to come up with some type of ordinance that would cover us from removing those items from the beach daily. And maybe education for a lot of the properties that are on the beach that have weekly rentals, condos and timeshares, just to let them know that their things have to be removed daily or they're going to be picked up.
Commissioner Hanna?
It's a slippery slope for certain. I remember being back on the beach management committee years ago, and that was one of the things, items left on the beach, and we agreed that, especially at night, like tennis, or not tennis, but volleyball nets could become a hazard to people walking in the dark and things like that. What I don't like about it is, and of course it's Tallahassee again, we have to house this stuff, we have to advertise this stuff, it gets real expensive. And I haven't heard any comments about, are there any fines or anything to the owner who left it there, and then they come to go recover it? Is there a fee right now, or should there be? It's just going to require a little bit of thinking, but the beaches are becoming a dumping ground. My wife walks every day, and part of their walk, they stop and they pick up everything from diapers to whatever, and you just wonder about people having home training. I'll tell you, that's all I got.
Commissioner, I would add the statute specifically states that the rightful owner is liable to the law enforcement agency's cost for transportation and storage of the lost or abandoned property, and the agency's cost for publication of notice to dispose of the lost property. And if they don't pay the cost within X amount of days of making claim, then the property becomes that of the agency's. That's how the statute reads relative to lost and abandoned property. You know, again, the city's not really interested in getting people's stuff. And I just want to make that clear on the record. The city's more interested in people respecting the beaches and nature and otherwise abiding by the mandate to clear their personal belongings, and how we achieve that compliance. Certainly the manager and I will work towards, and you know, if your direction is to move in this general direction, if your instruction is to move in this general direction, we would of course not only change the language, but also look to other communities that are operating in this manner and get a sense for best practices. You know, as your city often does, you have an excellent management team, and we would not just change the language, but also make sure we have a plan in place for how it be implemented. And of course, you'll see any change like that in the first and second reading and any exposition we give during that meeting.
Thanks, Randy, for clearing that up. I appreciate it.
To Greg, a couple questions. First of all, do we have any kind of signs out there that mention that we do not allow?
Well, fortunately, the new signs that we're installing already proactively put that on there. Basically, if you pretty when you have to remove it.
Okay.
So that's something, but I can tell you that the 5 individuals that leave a lot of their stuff, it would not matter if we had an airplane with a banner and still do it. But on the new signs there is, because I was hoping we would wind up with basically a no trace ordinance. There is the thing on the side.
And I know this is a little bit far reaching, but you and I know some of the members have also gotten emails concerning all the holes on the beach and people not covering them. And I mean, basically I'm looking at it that those are holes left on the beach. Is there anything that we can, you know, put in about that? There are people who have got hurt, twisted their ankle, you know, whatever. And, you know, when I was young, people used to build the castles, but then, you know, my parents always made me destroy it after we were done, before we left the beach. So I know that lately we've gotten a lot of messages concerning holes on the beach. And I don't know if that's something that we could also add.
You can put it in there, but really it's just an encouragement because there's no way to enforce it. The only situation that we had, and people who live here will know what I'm talking about. There's one group of folks that dug a big hole, they put plywood in the ground, and did video production out of it. we dealt with it because we knew who that was, but just the casual, I'm gonna go dig a 4-foot hole, there's, you know, there, we have to be there, I'd have to have somebody on the beach when it was getting dark to say, hey, you gotta fill that in before you leave. It should probably, some terminology like that should be in there, but there's no way to enforce that.
Okay, well, I think regardless, I think there should be some terminology in the ordinance. With that, I'm going to go out to public comment, and we'll start the auditorium. And Carol, I see your hand up if you'd like to come up. Carol McLaughlin, 115 21st Avenue. I just have one question. All of the things that are left on the beach, the nice chairs and the tents and the so forth, are they sort of fair game in case I need a couple of, I just had to throw all my chairs away, and when the kids come, they like chairs, and I'm not going to go out and buy chairs for the kids to sit on. So can I just go to the beach and sort of bring home some chairs?
I'm not a law enforcement officer nor an attorney, but I would not advise you to go down to the beach and take somebody else's stuff. But I'll tell you, but since you brought that up, if I can just expand on that for just a second, is that's one of the concerns that I have now that we've been made aware of the storage requirement that the legislature has come up with. Just imagine that behind the public services building, I have 12 tents, 18 chairs, 2 tables, et cetera. If somebody pulls up and says, that's my tent and those are my chairs, I have no way to prove if that's theirs or not. And they're getting, not that you would do this, but if we get in that mode, if a resident determines that we have a pile of beach, type things, there's no way to regulate that. That's the problem that this whole thing creates. But I do think there's value to having an updated ordinance, which has, it encourages people, and plus it has some teeth, as much teeth as we can put in it. Because there are a percentage of people that, once they understand, and we can just PR through the condos and different people, then look, if you bring it with you, take it with you. I think a good percentage will comply, but you're always going to have the handful that they don't care. And we can put every sign you want down there. They don't care about the signs.
I'd still like to get
I also, in addition to speaking legalese, I'm well versed in sarcasm, and I appreciate the comment. But I am a lawyer and presently playing one on web TV. That is defined as theft within the statute. To make sure the question is answered.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this time? RB.
Whoa. Oh, well, I'll just hold on to this thing. RB Johnson, 1206 Beach Trail. I'm all for some kind of no trace time ordinance. The beach has gotten so much more junked up in recent years. And I know over the last few months, because I guess we're not enforcing as much as we were, leaving the tents on the beach for various reasons. Once people realize they can leave a tent for a day or two and nobody removes it, no city official or code enforcement officer removes it, next thing you know, they just start proliferating and leave them. But if you do pass an ordinance and you figure out a way to enforce it, as Rick was pointing out, eventually when the word gets out and you're not going to have nearly as much out there, and people realize that it disappears overnight because it's carted away. That'll be that. Also with the large piles of chairs and stuff that you're seeing now left along with the tents, et cetera. But obviously the devil's in the details. We have to figure it out. As far as jurisdictional issues go, along the main dune line, seaward of that is all state-owned property for the most part. There's 80 to 100 feet out where most of the dunes are, the edge of the dune line. If somebody's arguing about private property, that's back toward the seawall. That's sort of a different issue. But most of the beach that people are out there putting their chairs on, their tents and all that stuff, it's all public property. So that shouldn't be that difficult to deal with that. So I'm looking forward to whatever y'all come up with. But like I said, storing it at all, yeah, that's going to be a pain and be a pain. But I think over time, as the word gets out to the condos and whatnot, that you're not supposed to leave stuff out there, you're not going to have nearly as much stuff on the wall. Thank you.
You just leave that chair.
There's a pinch clip at the bottom.
Matt, is there any callers? And also I saw a few statements. Can you read those too?
Correct. Let's go ahead and get started with the statements. There was an agreement that if items are left on the beach that are considered not wanted, we had a comment asking if it could be picked up by the city and held for 5 days, then disposed of. They want to know what Indian Shores is doing. And there was a second comment about Indian Shores with regard to having the chairs and umbrellas moved at the end of the day, removed at the end of the day. And we do have one public speaking request as well from Elizabeth Flynn.
Hi, it's me again, Elizabeth Flynn, 914 Harbor House Drive. I think this is great to get the ordinance updated to be more holistic. I like Greg's comment about leave no trace and clarifying it. And agree that it should be more in line with what Indian Shores is doing. I am curious on how Indian Shores is addressing the legalities of taking property off and what they do with it. I also agree with Diane that we need some education to the rental properties that are located along the beach. The majority of the majority of the tents and equipment left overnight that I see, I usually walk from 9th down past Bel Air, are outside larger rental complexes or larger condo complexes. Those people don't have to walk past a beach sign, so they don't see all of the disclaimers about what's allowed or not allowed on the beach. They just go out through their lobby of wherever they're staying or out the home through the dune access and put their stuff up. So I think education is really important to those people who own those properties, or even having them signs put up in their lobbies so that those entrances are covered as well. The amount of stuff, as RB has said, has increased dramatically. I go out most mornings and pick up a garbage bag full of garbage between cigarette butts, which is another concern with all the smoking that seems to be happening, and that's being left as remnants. So whatever we can do to clarify the ordinance and at least have something that is a bit more specific would be great. On a separate note, I just want to say that the garbage guys are doing an amazing job. The amount of stuff that they pick up is unbelievable. So kudos to the garbage guys.
Mayor, I just want to make points. I'm personally acquainted with the city attorney in Indian Shores, and she and I have already been engaged in a dialogue about how they facilitate that. And of course, the town, as I mentioned before, the city rather, would do its diligence in any kind of program it rolled out. But I do want to clarify, there's no question as to the legality of the city's ability to seize or remove any abandoned or lost property left on the beach. There is no presumption that just because somebody left it overnight, they don't care about it. If it's there overnight and we can easily remove it and it still appears to have value, we do have a duty to maintain that. And so the question is much less about our ability to remove it and much more about then what, and how do we administer it? How do we, as Greg noted, ensure that we're returning property to its rightful owner and not just the first person who lays claim to it? Or if there's 4 blue tents, how do we tell your blue tent apart from, and those kinds of administrative issues. That's not as much legal. The statute does contemplate holding the property for much more than 5 days. It's not as simple as get it out of the way, then get it out of sight. There's more to it than that. And of course, the city would remain mindful of its obligations and navigate that. This being a workshop, management is more at this point just seeking consensus direction on modifying the ordinances to generally move in the direction of a more robust leave no trace, as opposed to leave a trace specifically, but not including volleyball nets and tents. I also want to address another comment just because it kind of dovetails with the broader legal issue as it relates to cigarette butts. Those are litter, and I'm not going to go into litter versus property, but every so often in our municipal communities, the question gets asked about banning smoking on beaches or banning smoking in parks where kids play. And thus far, there have been efforts every so often to change the law, but presently the law the law, excuse me, we are preempted on that issue in terms of the regulation of smoking in public parks and public beaches. I know there was an effort. I'd have to look if that changed in the last session. I know something was introduced, but I don't recall seeing anything ultimately signed by the governor on that issue. And so, as it relates to smoking on the beaches, that's a whole issue of its own. But I did want to address it because it's not property in the traditional sense as we're dealing with it.
Thank you, Randy. Greg, do you have any follow-up before I go back to the commission?
Yeah, so just to summarize what we're asking again, we're asking the commission to give Randy now the authority to go in and take the ordinance sections that relate to the beach and develop basically what we're referring to as the no trace ordinance. And we'll have to factor in all the different legal requirements that Randy is calling out.
To the commission, is there anything you'd like to add? Is everybody in favor of the statement that Greg just made? Phil?
No, I would like to say something, sorry.
You may say something, Commissioner Ed.
Well, I want to go back to the statute about the lost property, and let's take this example a little bit because if we were removing a tent and a chair and we believe we've been exposed to some grave liability because of the state statute, first of all, that would have to go into a legal process, and the person who supposedly suffered this grave harm would have to prove that it was their tent and that they left it there and that we took it. So for a $50 tent from Walmart, which a lot of times just gets left there anyway, I don't want to overreact to the state statute, and I'm all in favor of removing this garbage, which are tents and chairs which are left there recklessly that endanger wildlife and scar the beach. Our legal liability may be there if we take it. Our financial exposure is extremely de minimis. And I think it's just, if we don't take a stand to protect our quality of the beach and quality of life because we're afraid of some ridiculous state legislature that puts an undue burden on us, then we're not a city. We got to stand up for ourselves and clean our beaches. I'm not going to be hamstrung by the legislature because they say we got to advertise for a lost tent. This is nonsense. We should push back a little bit. We have home rule.
I appreciate and share the commissioner's passion, and I do want to emphasize that in presenting you with the legal side of things, I'm in no way suggesting that it is an absolute barrier, and those kinds of policy decisions are certainly prudent. Everything comes with an analysis, and that's why we entrust these decisions to you folks. So thank you for your comments.
Commissioner McCall, did you have any comments? I didn't want you to think that I looked you out.
No, not at all. No, I agree with everyone. I mean, obviously it's becoming more and more of a hazard. We're seeing pictures every day. I wish we could do something about the holes, but obviously that's a discussion for a different avenue. But yeah, honestly, I don't see any issue with not broadening it or not giving exceptions to leaving things on the beach. I mean, obviously we just need to clean things up at the end of the day or the best we can.
Commissioner Flagg?
I just wanted to ask, if people decide to come back and pick something up that they say was left, will they sign a release form, and is there a fine attached to them coming back to us in that 90-day period?
I think we're kind of getting a little far afield in terms of what the whole process would look like. That's certainly what, should we move in this direction or given this instruction to move in this direction, all of those would be things that we would certainly resolve before we come to you with a proposed ordinance and process. As far as, as mentioned before, the statute does contemplate cost recovery from somebody claiming personal property, and again, we'll look to what those best practices are if we do move in that direction, Commissioner.
Okay, good. I'm all for it. Let's do it.
Any other questions from the commission? I just want to make one last statement that once we do finalize some kind of ordinance from the city, I think that we should be proactive, and as far as education,
send to each resident on the Gulf and the condo association a copy of the latest ordinance. So then everybody is aware of the changes that we made, and they'll have it in front of them so that, you know, if they intend to leave their stuff on the beach, they are at least informed by the city that we've made a change to the ordinance. And with that, I think you understand where the commission has given you on the ordinance, okay? And whoever's listening, I just want to again mention that there will be 2 more opportunities to follow up with commission meetings we will have in the future where the public will be able to speak on this issue. And with that, we're going to go to discussion item number 4, park hours, and I'm going to give it to Greg.
Okay, thanks. I'll just simplify this as much as I can. I provided to the commission section 38-31, talking about park hours. Cole Park, Keegan Clare Park, Brown Park, believe it or not, can stay open until 11 o'clock. There's absolutely no reason why the Nature Preserve and the Browns Park need to be open that late. The dog park, for example, in the Nature Preserve, it closes at dusk. So just to simplify this discussion, and then we can debate or give me your consensus on it, is that I recommend amending the code where Nature Preserve and Browns Park close at dusk. Cole Park is also included in that list. Under the agreement we have with the Little Leagues, they can occupy the baseball field until 10 p.m. I'd recommend to be consistent that the Cole Park close at 9. The activities at Cole Park, excluding the baseball field, conclude at 9 p.m. We have to remember that, yeah, that is our biggest park, but that is in the middle of the residential area, and that would give some folks relief. 9 is a lot different than 11 p.m. And then Keegan Clare, which is the park that we've improved down where the solid waste facility used to be, where we put in a sand volleyball court to accommodate the businesses and boats that dock at our dock facilities down there. It currently says that Keegan Clare closes at 10. I recommend that since that's in a business area, that closes at 11. So to recap those, Nature Preserve, Browns Park at dusk, close Cole Park with the exception of the baseball field at 9, and then close Keegan Clare Park at 11.
Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions at this time? I see Ed has his hand up.
Yeah, this came in front of us because of the pickleball court, and I think the question was not only the closing time but the opening time. Are we discussing that?
That's not the reason why I brought up park hours. I know there was a couple of individuals that had issues with pickleball, but as part of my recommendation, I'm not recommending any changes for the opening time of parks.
Commissioner Hofnagel, is there anything else you want to add to that? Okay, Commissioner Flagg? Okay, any of the other commissioners? If you'd like to speak, okay, what I'm going to do is I'll go out to public comment. Is there anyone who in the auditorium would like to speak on this item? If not, we will go to phones and statements.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to recognize Mark Posner.
Okay, hi Mark.
Hello again. Thanks again for doing and taking all the time. It's Mark Posnan from 921 Harbor House Drive. I just wanted to also add, yes, I wholeheartedly agree that keeping these parks open until 10, 11 o'clock at night is really unnecessary, and it just asks for more trouble than it's worth. But if we could also look at the opening time of these parks. I live next door to the Nature Preserve, which opens at 7 a.m. And I also live next door to the dog park, which opens at, unfortunately, 7 a.m. 7 days a week, except for Thursday, 6 days a week. Opening at 7 a.m., I can't keep my windows and doors open during the beautiful weather because I have dog fighting next to my house at 7:02 on a Sunday morning. Can we discuss potentially moving back the opening dates or opening times for the dog park? Thanks.
Mark, I'm gonna let Greg answer that.
That's a policy decision entirely up to the commission. You know, when the city decided years ago to create the dog park, there's issues that come with that, and obviously if you live next to the dog park, you're gonna hear what dogs do. But as far as when the dog park opens, that's up to the commission. Decide that.
Is there anyone on the commission who has any other comments at this moment? If not, is there any more messages? Okay.
Yes, Elizabeth Flynn, please.
Okay. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello, it's Elizabeth Flynn, 914 Harbor House Drive. I would agree with recommending closing the nature preserve dog park at dusk. There really shouldn't be anyone over there later than that, especially consider some of the activities that have started to happen there at night. And I think that we do need to take a look at some of the opening times for some of our parks, especially in lieu of the amount of dogs that now are in Indian Rocks Beach. It may have been fine when it was our homeowners that were utilizing the dog park, but a majority of the people that I've seen in there are out-of-state plates who are bringing their dogs that they've brought to rental properties. So it may have been okay when we were using it for our residents, but with an increased usage of that park, it does seem to have increased the volume of noise and activity. It's a great thing for someone who owns a dog, but the time might be considered. But definitely agree with closing the park at dusk. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Matt?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Greg, do you have any follow-up to those questions? Okay, how about the commission? We're back to all of you. Would anyone like to speak or make a recommendation? Any discussion? Are we all in agreement with Greg on, he said, beauty preserve and dusk?
Yeah, the nature preserve and Downs Park.
At dusk, Cove Park at 9, 10 p.m. No, that's 10 p.m. The baseball field will stay the same, and Keegan Clear will be 11 p.m. Is everybody in agreement with that? You can just raise your hand up so I know we're all on the same page. Okay.
So I'm sorry. So we're not going to discuss opening hours. Are we just all running away from that? Is that what's happening?
No, I made that clear a minute ago. The first individual, or you raised it, and somebody else did. That's completely on the table. That's up to the commission. I was sitting here while I had the opportunity looking at other areas, dog parks, to see what time they open. And in a minute, I'll be in a better position to answer that. But yeah, y'all set the policy. So while we're doing it, if you want to amend the opening hours, particularly if it's a dog park or parks, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, in my mind, it's the dog park and the pickleball court, because that's where the majority of residential complaints have arisen. If there's no desire on the part of the commission to change those hours, that's okay. But we owe it to the residents to say that we thought about it and we said no. We can't just ignore it. In my mind, that's my opinion.
Who else has their hand raised? Phil?
Yeah, I agree. I think the pickleball thing, we can't run from the issue. We've had enough concern from citizens. We discussed that. I do understand the dog park, and especially like on a Sunday. So I think that would be good to maybe look at moving the opening time a little later. I think it's a courtesy, and I have dogs and they're going to be fine. They can wait another hour. It's not a big deal.
Commissioners, as a matter of procedure, it seems like everybody's kind of looking for some procedural cue. There's no, if there's a sentiment to discuss something, as the manager aptly noted, now is the time to discuss it. You don't have to pledge to discuss it as it relates to the hours of the park, opening, closing, breaks, days off, what have you. We're presently discussing park hours. So if any of you have a stance on the issue, now is the time. Just launch right in and have that discourse. There's no, we don't need to create a new agenda item or something separate.
Okay, that's my.
Update the commission, just quickly looking at the dog parks throughout the county. The majority, not all, the majority of the dog parks open at 8 a.m. and not 7.
Okay.
Commissioner Flagg?
I was going to address I didn't address the opening because as far as I can remember, my whole lifetime, parks open early for the public. And that's the majority of the people who want to use parks. And many of them are located in residential areas. And 7 a.m. in my mind is not a bad time for parks to open. We used to house our Cole Park to the YMCA, and those kids would show up at 7 a.m. and run wild in Cole Park and loved it. And it was noisy, but it's a facility that's used by everybody. And to me, 7 a.m. it would be a regular time for a park to open and people to start congregating. If that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Flagg. Any of the other commissioners want to add anything to Commissioner Flagg's comments?
This is Joe. I do agree with Diane. I think 7:30 is a viable time to open in the morning. I know the city has done what they can as far as mitigating some of the noise issues we've been dealing with. But it is a park. It is a public. But I think like you say, moving up and or taking a look at Sunday, like Phil mentioned, maybe moving that back a little bit just to be courteous for, Sunday mornings when people like to sleep in a little, maybe an opportunity here to discuss going forward.
Joe, no, I'm probably going to say the same thing. Go ahead, Ollie.
Joe, are you talking on the later hour or hours? Are you talking specifically about the dog park?
Well, the first part I was talking about Cole, basically. And then as far as the, consideration for the folks that we're talking about, the dogs be there at 7 a.m. on Sunday. I don't know if we can make a particular day open at a later date, or if that's just too cumbersome for us to handle. Say like a 9 o'clock on a Sunday or something of that nature for the dog park.
What I would offer to the commission is if you alter the opening time of the dog park, whatever time you change it to, it should be for 7 days a week. It gets too confusing. And the second thing I'd say, the only complication of having a different opening time, and when I'm talking now specifically about the nature preserve and the dog park, it's all the same dog parks in the nature preserve. It does create some complications for us about, particularly on the weekends, that a deputy unlocks the gate at 7, and then there's a different time for a dog park. That's the thing I got to figure out with who does overtime and such. But there again, that's whatever the commission wants to do. I'll figure it out.
Commissioner Flagg.
I'd like to mention one more thing. As far as noise control, we have trash pickup that starts at 7 a.m. It's quite loud in our communities. On a Saturday morning, I can hear it next to my house at a condo at 7 a.m. in the morning. I mean, we are in a densely populated little beach community. We have lawn service for both our public parks in our areas as well as private. Those guys have to start at 7. They need early time, coolest weather to start. And if you're a park goer like I am at 7 a.m., you would be surprised at the amount of noise accumulated from all the other outside things besides what's going on in the park. So we really need to think about it. Do we want to change our garbage pickup times? Do we want to change our lawn service time? These guys would never get through the day if we started making those changes. I think it has to be uniform, and our small city needs to have some kind of normalcy. And I don't think 7 a.m. is a bad start time for our opening time for our parks.
Yes, okay, let's take a poll on that. Vice Mayor Hannah, what are the times as far as the Brown Park and the nature preserve, the dog park, and also where the pickleball court is? I can't hear you.
Unmute. There we go. How about now? Yeah, I don't have a problem. Diane brings up a good point about other things and other noise. There's just something about the dogs that they you know, they don't really understand time. So at least, well, they do. I take it back. Ours get up at a certain time. I don't have a problem of maybe bumping that start time a half hour or so overall. And pickleball, we've been over that ground so many times. I'm okay with it. I don't live there, but you know, I'm okay with the people. I think that you kind of knew it was a park when you moved there, when you live around it. So it's like living next to an airport. Why are the jets making so much noise? An airport when you move there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So he's saying 7:30?
He's saying 7:30 at the dog park.
I support 7 o'clock. I don't think 7 and 7:30 are meaningfully different.
Commissioner McCall?
Yeah, 7 on a start time, and I agree with Greg's recommendations on the other changes.
I agree with the 7 o'clock. So we have a consensus.
So there's a consensus to have all the parks open at 7 o'clock.
Correct.
Well, they're already.
They already are open at 7. We're not committed.
So 6 a.m.
Okay. If there isn't anything else left on this item, we're good. Okay, we're going to go to our last discussion item, which is residential construction review fee. And I will turn that over to Greg.
You'll be happy to know this is the last I'll be brief. This is just really a housekeeping matter when we contracted with Pinellas County to take over the building permitting department. We still retain the responsibility of our planner reviewing building plans and all those details for commercial, residential. Right now, there's really only one review fee in there, and it doesn't really spell out what it's for. It's $800, and there's a good bit of work that goes into reviewing residential and commercial, more so commercial, but it just with all the regulations of residential. So what I'm recommending, just get straight to the recommendation is allow us to amend section 1521 of the land development code section where it's under plan review fees and spell out explicitly that site plan review or plan review for commercial, which would be multifamily and commercial. That plan review fee would be $1,000, and that's in line with what other cities are charging. And then add, because it's not spelled out, so technically today I could charge everybody $800, but I don't think it's appropriate. Add another line in that part of the code that would say a single family plan review fee is $500. And that's like to be, give a better example, that's Hetty Harmon, our planner. We get a building addition for a house or a brand new house that comes in. She's got to review all the setbacks. She's got to review all the drainage. And there could be a lot of back and forth on that. And since she's our consulting planner, they can take a good bit of time. So I'm just asking for those two updates to increase the commercial multifamily to $1,000 and then add in the code a single family review fee of $500.
Thank you, Greg. Is there anyone on the commission who would like to make a comment at this time? Any hands raised? Okay, if not, Commissioner Hoffnagel, would you like to speak? You were just giving me the thumbs up there. Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm going to go out to the auditorium and ask if there's any public comment at this time on this item. Hearing none, I will move to our technology moderator, Matt. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this item?
Mayor Kennedy, I do not have any participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Greg, do you have any follow-up? Okay, and so as Greg stated to all of us that it's section 1521, and he'd like to amend the site review, plan review for $1,000 for commercial and then $500 for residential. Is that in agreement? Is the commission in agreement with that? Please raise your hand.
Yeah, and includes PUDs too, right? PUDs as well as commercial.
Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah,
Okay.
He asked if that included PUDs. Actually, PUDs have their own additional charges. So a PUD actually would be handled by the PUD ordinance.
Is that okay? Okay, good. All right, so we're all in agreement with that. And at this time, is there any other comments to come before the commission? Hearing none, can I have a motion to adjourn from the commission?
Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for coming to this meeting via Zoom, to all the residents and everyone who came to the City Hall, and also to the commission for putting up with any of the difficulties we had, which I thought we did a really good job. So thank you, and we'll see you at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.